Summoner's Rift. Seconds until minions spawn. Minions have spawned.
Counts that if Tyler One is playing Fortnite. Wait, is he? But what is Tyler One's complaint about? Why is he playing Fortnite? He's getting the betting again on all his accounts. What is this title? Gold, like firster place winner. Yup, exact and stay away. Go never missed. Splash. It goody. Number one playway. Lol easy. Yes, sir. What the fuck am I reading? What the fuck is that? What did I just read? I mean, what is there for him to do in League? He had Challenger and all the roles. Guess he's moving on. I mean, yeah. I mean, what he's what he's done, he did it on all the roles. He did it on NA. He just basically was like, fuck Korea, I hate this, and just left. He was miserable when he was here. Like, miserable. I mean, I don't know, man. It's, you know what it is, actually, though? And then I'm gonna take a break, probably. I think what's happened here is that we've gotten to a point where there's like two worlds. It's two worlds. So, for like, I told you guys, for plat, diamond, up, all that, it's such a small percentage of the actual player base. But it's the most vocal, right? It moves the most mountains. By that, I mean, people watch, right, what streamers say, and they treat it like it's gospel, right? So like, even though high skill play doesn't matter to Riot's bottom line, like it doesn't matter. Like when they look at the total players that are here, it's a fraction of a fraction. It's like a very small percentage because they have a bunch of people playing Norms, they have a bunch of people playing TFT, a bunch of people playing ARAM generally, and the people that actually grind rank are like people going in the gym and like being bodybuilders. Like it's like this very small percentage of people that are actually trying to grind, right? It's like I did the boot camps, thousands of people sign up. I mean, that was the scale, dude. It was like, you know, 8% fucking flat, like, you know, 40% gold, or like, you know, 30% gold, 40% silver, 40%, I don't know what the fucking workout was, but like, Riot's bottom line is like, you know, iron to gold, really. So like, they don't actually change anything for the ladder, even though like, my rundown on YouTube the other day with like explaining the ladder and how it's fucked up. Like, bro, I don't have an incentive to like, I'm stuck with what they had. Like, I know it's not gonna change, right? But it's like my rundown of like the marathon thing and like all this stuff. Like anybody that's truly gives a shit about the health of the game would read that and they know I'm right. Like the Smurf account things, they know I'm right. Like there's no arguing for it. Like there's no arguing against it. There's no reason that somebody can go log into 1 through 30 accounts and like jump into a game and ruin them. But like this is what happens when it snowballs. If so many people have been playing for about a decade, have tons of accounts, bro, the ladder is like completely fucked. Like, it's so easy for somebody to just jump in and ruin somebody's game. Like, I don't understand how nobody's like Tyler One's problems could be solved by a hard reset and putting that norms, like you must play norms games before you can jump in a ranked game. Like with the ladder hard reset and that norms thing, you wouldn't see so many accounts just like running ranked. The ladder would actually have meaning and merit. You'd be incentivized to play. Like, I just want people to see that it's like, it's not that, it's not the same, man. Like, you just don't get it. You've got these, like, just these tons and tons and tons of accounts that anybody could log into. And it's ruining ranked. There's no point in playing ranked. And the thing that's the most painful part about it is that ranked does matter. Even in this real fucked up state, it does matter to people. They'll go so far to cheat. They'll duo, they'll run multiple accounts, they'll stream snipe, they'll dodge, they'll win trade, they'll boost, like people buy boosts. There's all these things. People still put value on this ladder, and it's like nobody at Riot Games, or there's too small group of people at Riot Games that are vocal or have any sort of say that like understand it. Like, once this ladder has no value, like, people are pretending it has value with me, but they don't really give a shit. Really, right? It has a little bit left, right? Like, there's tons of players and coaches and shit that, like, will never play actively in Korea like I'm doing. But as soon as it really doesn't matter, as soon as it's, like, has no value anymore, you're not gonna be able to get it back. You understand? Like, my coach, like, for example, like, my coaching stuff, people aren't gonna buy coaching for a game where the rank is meaningless. It'll just be like another Fortnite. No one buys coaching for Fortnite. It's very rare that people buy coaching for Fortnite. I think people buy it for Apex. I just want it to feel like it's even and it's fair. Right now it feels like almost feels like an old void system or something. But anyways, I digress. I think at the end of the day, having someone like Tyler One playing Fortnite and nobody at Riot actually trying to make any big changes, like I said, the ladder has to be hard reset. Accounts that have been inactive for months and months should have to go into norms before they can play ranked. And yeah, unfortunately, ranked integrity doesn't really mean much. So they left duo in the game. All their changes take way too long to actually implement. And because they refuse to make these because they refuse to make real change to make the ladder valuable again, it's just going the route of StarCraft, where it's like I could just feel it losing value, man. I feel it losing value. How long does it even have value in Korea, dude? How long does it have value in China? China actually tries to retain value with some of the stuff that they implement, but one of these people have a diamond player and a bronze player in the same game? No, not really, because y'all barely play, man. You guys barely play rank. Why does everybody put... Dude, has anybody... My account has 300 and 400 games, okay? None of y'all barely even play. You guys have... People tell me about trolls. On this climb alone, and my stream viewers can verify, I have been trolled more than you guys have been trolled in this video game in your entire life playing League of Legends. I'm gonna say that again. Because it's true, man. Anybody watching my streams knows that I'm right about this. I have been trolled more than you've ever been trolled in League in just 3 months of fucking around, preseason and this. Legitimately trolled. Not like, oh, my teammates just suck because they're in like bronze and silver. Bro, diamond players in your games would be so minuscule on the overarching impact of the game. It would even itself out if they have less accounts to use and they had to play through norms to unlock them for ranked. It would only disrupt the ladder for a few months. And then it would be harder to basically make a new account to come into ranked with. Like, don't you guys see it? Like, inactive accounts, years inactive, you'd have to play like 50 norms games. That would do away with this shit. At least buy us time for a few years before it builds up again, right? A good metaphor would also be like, There's crime in the city. You know who all the criminals are, right? But you just don't want to put them in jail for whatever reason, right? He's like, well, if you put all the criminals in jail, right, you wouldn't do away with all the criminality. Yeah, but you like delay it, right? It's just the same thing here. Like people saying Diamond or Plat would play in a low elo game. It would be so meaningless in the grand scheme of things. Normal people only have around 50 games. But what I'm saying is, in your entire, if you're talking about the trolling thing, I'm saying that in your entire life, like Korean games, I get trolled like 25%, 25. I see trolls like actually good enough to try, but don't. Trolls, like they're good enough, they're just trolling. But like, I just think you're saying like, oh, there'd be a diamond player in my game. Yeah, man, like one, but like you wouldn't even know anyways, dude. Like you wouldn't know. Just like the bots in Loela games they haven't fixed. Like that counter argument is so. And again, imagine like how annoying it would be for players to get on new accounts now. Right? Any account that has been inactive, that has played ranked, it would have like if it was like, I don't know, we'll say like plat or higher or whatever, or gold or higher or whatever. If it's been inactive for a long time, you have to play norms. That would like right away, that would just purge the ladder of so many people using Smurf accounts. Do you understand? I agree, Stefan, I agree. But there's not that many diamond players. True diamond players. There's not that many. But I agree. A diamond player will usually stomp bronze. But again, those types of games you would climb out, like you would climb out of bronze quick. It wouldn't matter. It would be insignificant. Yeah, re-up your ranked license. Dude, for real. I don't know if they should hard reset every season, but they should at least try it once. How can we formally request that Riot does the normal suggestion for inactive accounts? It's not going to be if I suggest it or my community suggests it, because everybody thinks that I'm just like coping or whatever. So you're gonna have to get somebody who's not like some sort of fucking stupid analyst that doesn't play Korea ranked. You're gonna have to get somebody who actually gives a shit about the health of the game. The thing is that players that are in like really, really high elo, there's so many of them that would argue about this because they just haven't played below in a while, so they don't understand how fucked up it is. And then there's also a group of pros and shit that wouldn't like this change because it would go to further close the gap between like pros and casuals. Riot's not gonna like this change because Riot always wants to make it seem like the pros are like 1,000 times better than somebody like a random person in solo queue, which is not ever the case. So I don't know. It's hard to really enact any change with it because Riot has proven time and time again that in their company, their mantra is over-exaggerate pro skill level. Right? Pros play on a team of 5 other people that are also as equally as good as they are, and they play in an organized 5v5 environment. But all the player base, 99% of all the players that play this game, play solo queue with random people saying "fuck you, kill yourself" and running the games down. It's not the same game, which is why I've said for a long time that like the way to make this game more watched is to make the ladder more valuable and to emphasize the pros playing on the ladder more and taking care of your ladder, because at the end of the day, the ladder, it's about the average Joe. If you want to sell the dream of being a pro player, you're not going to sell the dream of being a pro player for much longer. That's why the LCS is dying. The LCS is almost pretty much dead, because anybody with half a brain knows that the best, most successful players in the NA scene are not the pros, it's the streamers. I'm more successful than most of the NA pros. That's a fact. That's not a disrespect to the pros. Many of them are better than me at this video game. All I'm saying is that I'm going to be more successful than most all the pros because I'm a streamer. I don't have to be good at the game because NA doesn't value that shit. The way you make it valuable is you make the ranked ladder have more value, and you emphasize and hype up people in the ladder. It's just what it is. Hype up the ladder. You take care of your ladder. Your ladder, even though it doesn't give you dollars and cents on the bottom, you don't see it. The ladder is everything. It's what keeps people coming back. The dream of being a high-level player. The pathway to pro. There's no pathway to pro. You can't just play solo queue, warp into the fucking pro scene. It's to go through the ladder. Protection of champs that high use streamers use and creating bubbles for pro players. Yes. Yeah, exactly. I have spoke openly against Riot for years. I have spoke against what they've done for a long time. I got big regardless of Riot never supporting me. I've watched female streamers become Riot partners within months of becoming streamers while I have been here fostering my community for a very, very long time. I've given more content for newer players learning the game than anybody else in the space. I have done more for League of Legends than I would argue for educational content. I'm comparable to a one-man skill cap, pro guys. I mean, seriously, for League of Legends, at least I've done more for this game than full-on companies have done for getting new players into this game. And I'm not saying that to flex. I'm just pointing out that they still have not partnered me. they still haven't partnered me, right? I mean, that's just how off base they are with, like, they just have no read on the pulse of their own game. They have no pulse on it. And this is why they can watch Tyler 1 go to Fortnite and not have all hands on deck changing the ladder immediately. Like, that would be huge for the game. Imagine a world. Oh yeah, see, here you go. Imagine a world where they took the top 5 solo queue people in the ladder from each region and each role with no comms, just playing like solo queue now. That would be awesome to watch. And you know what? I agree, because it would hype up the average Joe. Instead, Riot wants to own everything. They want to own the fucking league. They want to own the game. They want to own the pros. They want to own everything. So the problem is, because of this, you're never going to have a truly meritorious ladder. You're never going to have a truly meritorious ladder until the community accepts that, as annoying as I am, I'm right about this, and I've always been right about what's good for the game. Right? Until the community accepts that I'm right and that they have to enact all these changes for the long-term health of the game, it's just going to be a downtrend. And that's fine, because League, you know, Riot's making a new MMO. I'm working on some new projects myself, so I'm fine.
seconds until minions spawn. Minions have spawned. Has been slain. has destroyed a turret. Your team has destroyed a turret.
Have you ever met a person who lives in one of the more suspicious neighborhoods in town but seems out of place? He's a nice guy. He greets the children and families in the neighborhood, and he helps his neighbors in any way he can. He's almost too good to be true. You wish you could somehow pay to get him to live somewhere other than the ghetto because you fear that the environment will badly influence him sooner or later. You fear it will, but it never seems to happen. That is, of course, until you realize that it already did. A long time ago, in fact. Welcome back to Twisted Minds. My name is James, and today we're going to be looking at someone who has a twisted mind, literally. Harrison Frank Marty Graham was a man who, despite being intellectually disabled, managed to kill 7 women in the space of about 1 year without getting caught. Why did he do it? How did he do it? Well, you are about to find out. Born in Philadelphia on the 9th of September, 1959, Harrison was the oldest in a family of 5 children. His mental struggles started to show early in his childhood. He exhibited signs of intellectual disability that made it difficult for him to keep up with the academic and disciplinary standards expected of him at school. He did, however, manage to make it through early education and even move on to high school. He attended Olney High School, but was forced to leave after the 10th grade due to his poor academic performance and attendance in school. Harrison's mother later claimed that he was diagnosed with a mental disorder in 1971, which led to him being enrolled in a children's mental facility for 2 years. Being forced out of education due to his inability to keep up, Harrison entered the workforce in the early 1970s. Possibly due to his physique, he soon found work in the construction industry. This began a dark, downward spiral for him as his boss was also his lover. The damaging effects of the age difference in their relationship and the inappropriateness of all of it would go on to manifest later in Harrison's life. Now in his early teens, Harrison was further lured to street culture, where he began working as a prostitute. He also started using drugs as a result of this lifestyle and the people it exposed him to. Harrison claims that this lifestyle and experience was the first time he had ever felt deeply loved, pointing to a dysfunctional home and childhood. The deep love Harrison supposedly felt significantly strengthened his resolve not to return to the life he was raised in. As expected, his mother was not having any of it. Her spiritual convictions were imposed on him, and she dragged him from the streets, preaching to him about the immoralities of his lifestyle. Harrison seems to have taken his mother's faith as his own to an extent, as he mentioned his actions being sinful against God in his confession several years later. Regardless, this didn't stop him from going on to perpetrate some of the most gruesome killings recorded at that time. In 1979, at the age of 20, Harrison left his parents' house and moved to North Philadelphia. Sadly, this did not mark his escape from the street lifestyle, as he was only able to secure accommodation in a neighborhood that was notorious for high crime and poverty rates. As he settled into his new apartment and neighborhood, Harrison continued his habits of drinking alcohol and using drugs. It also did not take long for him to find and befriend the prostitutes and pimps in the area. Despite Harrison's lifestyle and his tall, athletic build, which many describe as intimidating, everyone in the neighborhood regarded him as a nice, friendly man. He was never prosecuted for any petty or major crimes. In 1983, Harrison moved to a new apartment in a primarily unoccupied complex. In this new place, Harrison and some of his neighbors came together to construct a makeshift drug station through which they bought and sold drugs without drawing any unwanted attention or suspicion from authorities. Over the next 4 years of living in this new apartment, Harrison became increasingly popular in this neighborhood. His apartment turned into a drug den, where he would have friends and acquaintances over to buy drugs, as well as group smoking sessions. This newfound status also made him popular with the ladies. He often picked up girls, whether friends or strangers, enticing them with drugs. He would then take them to his apartment, where he would give them the drugs he promised and proceeded to have sex with those who consented to it. In all of this, Harrison maintained his reputation as the friendly neighborhood guy who paid his rent on time and played basketball with the teenagers in the community. As far as honest work goes, Harrison lived off his disability pension and was liked by all he came across. In the summer of 1987, 4 years after he began living in the apartment, Harrison's neighbors complained about a foul odor coming from his apartment. The landlord made this known to him and suggested that he find a way to handle the situation, but he chose to ignore the complaints. On August 9th of that same year, after being fed up with Harrison's failure to respond appropriately to the complaints made against him, the landlord demanded that he vacate the apartment. Harrison complied with this order, gathered his personal belongings, and left the apartment. It sounds like all is well, right? Well,
Nice. Ow, you little fucking...
Okay, and ever since Denise started moving to Korea and his mental deteriorated, people have been accusing him of some racism, and I'm just gonna go over my thoughts on the situation and some of the evidence that may suggest that he is, in fact, a little bit racially insensitive, I guess you could say. But, yeah, here we go. Okay, and the first piece of evidence that Neef would be a racist is, well, this clip right here of him pretty much saying the N-word. This is by Cookie Lol. Right here he's reacting to it, but I'm just gonna show that part where Neef almost says the N-word. And you can tell me about what you think. Was he actually gonna say the N-word in it? But it sounds a bit like he was.
Nice. Ow, you little fucking...
Like, bro, what was he trying to say there? He held that N for quite a long time. I think bro is about to pull a PewDiePie. I don't know. But, yeah, obviously you can't be saying the N-word. It looks like it may be a part of his regular vocabulary, the way he almost said it on the screen. I don't know. It's very, very possible. So, I don't know what else he'd be trying to say. Like, and the fact that he didn't, like, finish the word right away and he just held it like that and realized he messed up. I mean, if you were gonna say something like nincompoop or, like, noob or whatever, he wouldn't hold to the end that long now, would he, guys? That's just my thought on that. Okay, and then this is another one I showed a little bit, but I'm gonna just react to this right here. It's a racist Asian impression of his teammate.
There it is.
So he's mad at this Orin for
Do I
playing.
choose
Not
one person or three people? Who do I choose here?
It's an Asian impression, obviously.
I wonder who I choose. Do I choose the one or the three? I wonder what will win the fight in a game when we're behind. I wonder what the play should be.
I mean, obviously this is just racially insensitive.
I wonder what would be a better move here? Would it be this one?
And these get so mad over games like this. The Orin's trying his best to say heat of the moment, and some people are even been in the comments debating whether the Orin made the correct move or not. It's possible he did.
Person? Or would it be these three people?
As Orin was actually helping peel through the game.
What would be a
Their
better
win
play?
combos to Caitlyn,
One
obviously.
or three?
The only DPS they have.
I wonder what I should do here.
And like also, aside from this being potentially racist, it's also just really offensive to your teammate. Like, you don't need to go off like that, bro.
I know what I'll do here. I'll target this one person.
He's trying to peel through the Caitlyn down there.
Ooh, what a good play. I am a good player, really smart. I wonder what would have happened if I target this people with this Ari, with this ult here. I wonder what would happen to the enemy team. Do you think that maybe we could kill the one fucking person after we killed the three people?
I don't know. Maybe.
I wonder who. I wonder who I should target.
Bro, I don't know. Nisha loves to go on rants for like a very, very long time.
Maybe I should try to target the three people and then get the Baron after and then defend the GP. I wonder what would be the better play.
Yeah, I don't know, man. This is just an example of him being...
legitimately cannot make up a dumber play. I've never seen anything like that in my life.
This is just an example of him
That
being
is the
toxic and potentially racist, and I've got more toxic racist against Asians and against black people to come, so yeah. Okay, and the next piece of evidence, this is kind of a funny one. Apparently, Nice got removed from like Summoner School mods or something. I don't know, the comments seem to make it seem like that. or got like kicked off of Summoner school, some Reddit thing, because of a racist icon, and it said King Cracker. And let me know if you think this is racist or not. Him saying King Cracker with a crown on the niece part. I think it could be a little bit like racist saying you're the King Cracker. I don't know, like it seems a bit racist to me against black people potentially, but I don't think this is as bad. I just thought it was funny that he got in trouble on Reddit for this. Let me know if you think it's just racially insensitive or if this one's not a big deal. Okay, and this is another example of Nice being racist. I see him insult Eastern Europeans all the time, but this is apparently him being racist towards black people.
I should have dodged. Should dodge the black guy.
Dodge the black guy.
Never wins.
Bro, what is he saying there? The black guy never wins, referring to Cassante as a black guy? Or maybe Echo? I can't even tell who he's referring to as the black guy. Because there are multiple black champions, so you can't just refer to a champion by the black guy. That's pretty insensitive. Yeah. Yeah, he loves to also insult Korean culture and things like, Koreans are horrible at the game and like, Koreans are so bad. I don't think it's necessarily that bad. This is pretty insensitive. What else? Okay, this is the last one. This is Nice being potentially a bit racist, or at least racially insensitive, or like insensitive to people in South America and LAN. So he's getting friend requests from people in LAN, and this is what he's gonna say. And I don't even know what's wrong with getting a friend request, but apparently Nice doesn't like it.
Clowning people from LAN. Like, look, like, isn't that wild though?
They're just adding you in friend, Denise.
Is it like a community of like
Not that big a deal, bro.
unintelligent poor people?
Unintelligent poor people. Wow. Bro just said that.
Like, why is there so many of them?
Okay, and obviously calling them unintelligent poor, and why is there so many of them? That's pretty offensive. If I was from LAN, I wouldn't be too happy to have someone call me and all my friends, family, unintelligent and poor. And obviously this is just scratching the surface. He clearly is very racially insensitive. I don't know, like, is Nice racist? Was he gonna say the N-word there? I think it's very possible. Like, it did sound to me like the N-word was about to slip right out of his mouth, but let me know what you think. Is Nice racist? I don't know. I don't know, because we haven't seen that much from him, but most people seem to actually think he's an unpleasant person, at least pretty insensitive. And I don't know, we could definitely see Nice say the N-word on stream in the future. It's possible.
An enemy has been slain.
Oh man, that Pfizer dude. Here, okay, we gotta watch that. You're gonna get my react vid. All right. Here's my react vid. It's only a 10-minute video, but man, it's a lot. So the first thing here is I feel bad for this guy, right? That's the first thing. This guy, gay guy, already a little marginalized, sitting in New York City on a third date with his date. This is terrible, right? Being recorded on a date sucks. You know, dates are romantic interactions. You don't want to be recorded. It's intimate, it's revealing, it's vulnerable. Being recorded on a date, that's horror. I mean, it's just terrible. What the heck, you know? I've never been recorded on dates as far as I know, but, and I don't care if I was, because I don't do bad things on dates. I'm not a scumbag. Any woman that knows me generally, so I don't mind if I ever got recorded on a date. Now, I would mind in the sense that my privacy was violated. So this guy's on a date, he's hoping to see if there's a romantic connection, and the person he's supposed to be having a romantic connection with is actually has no interest in a romantic connection. That person is only interested in his status as a Pfizer executive. So I think that's pretty deplorable. Chris Hansen would do this to expose pedophiles. I commend that. It's a brave thing to do. This is not so brave. This is a little bit cowardly in a lot of ways. I'm not saying that I don't think it shouldn't have happened. I have conflicting views on that, I'm not sure. But I am saying that I feel bad for the guy, I'll say that. Nobody should be poking fun at this guy specifically, although we're probably going to poke a little fun at him. Here, is this he taken? Very Chris Hansen, right? Is this he taken? He's got this shit-eating grin, like, oh man, we got this guy. All the blurred out faces are people that are, I guess, patrons. And look at his he looks like a young Obama. He's turning his head. He's like, what? Is he taken? Why is this guy sitting down?
For Pfizer, my question for you is...
He's getting up. Second the word Pfizer came out, he said, I know what's up.
Why does Pfizer want to hide from the public?
Now this was weird when he said, why does Pfizer want to hide from the public? And I have to break that down kind of intensely. He's not wrong, I'll say that. He's not wrong. But the word hide from the public is a little bit, is very loaded. It doesn't comport, because there's a couple of problems with that word. The implicit problem is that he says, why does Pfizer want to hide from the public? And it implies that internal research at pharma is normally revealed to the public, which is not. So there's this implicit, like, why does Pfizer want to hide from the public? Well, pharma doesn't reveal its research methods to the public on an open access basis regardless. So the implication is, no, we reveal everything, but we're hiding this. That's not the way pharma research works. If you go into Apple's headquarters or knock on Apple's headquarters door, what would they do? They would say, sorry, you're not allowed in here. We're working on some top secret things. You're not allowed to know this. And the same thing applies in pharma. You can't just go off and run around to research labs. It doesn't work. And that's normal. That's acceptable. That's fine. I mean, you know, why would they let you in? They're spending a lot of money on that research. If they file a patent, you'll know that. If they make an invention, you'll know that. But it doesn't make sense that you should have open access to everything they're doing. Should it make sense that the government could? Well, that's a different story. Should it make sense that shareholders should? If you're a small enough shareholder, I don't know that buys you a ticket. If you're a very, very large shareholder, say you own more than 5 or 10% of the company, maybe. If you're a board member, maybe. If you're any old employee, even then, you don't have access to all the research inner workings. You're a salesperson. So, you know, that's just the nature of that. And so keep that in mind. That, you know, Pfizer has no obligation to disclose its inner workings to anyone. Completely fine, not atypical, etc. Now, peeling back the layers of this question a little bit more, let me rewind a little. Let's go back to the question.
Here, is this seat taken? You work for Pfizer. My question to you is, why does Pfizer want to hide from the public the fact that they're mutating the code?
Okay, why does Pfizer want to hide from the public? So another dimension you can look at this question, which is important, is not just the way we answered it before, but a new dimension, which is if this activity, which we'll talk about in a second, were to come to public light, would Pfizer want to do that? And I think that that's where this question gets interesting, which is, well, if you went into Eli Lilly's laboratory, or perhaps, GSK's, or if you went into Johnson & Johnson's lab, or Merck's, most of these companies, they don't have a lot to do with COVID the way Pfizer does. Let me pick even another company that has nothing to do with, virtually nothing to do with COVID, let me think here, because everybody's tried to dip their hands into COVID a little. Let's just go to our biopharma sheet real quick. Roche, Novo Nordisk. Novo Nordisk doesn't have a single COVID project, right? Novartis has almost no COVID projects. So if you went to the Novartis or Amgen, has virtually no COVID projects. So if you went to Amgen or AstraZeneca or Novo Nordisk's lab, you would not be surprised by what you saw. You would see people doing research on, different diseases like multiple sclerosis or oncology or whatever, and those companies would have no problem conceptually, other than for trade secrets, they'd have no problem with the public knowing that, right? They would say, yeah, they're doing research. I see some lab animals. I see cell cultures. I see expensive equipment. I see genetic sequencing. I see all kinds of tests. I see plans for clinical trials. I see plans for FDA approval, things like that. The problem with this situation, at least purportedly and ostensibly, is that this is more sensitive, that if the public were to know that there was a lab within Pfizer doing this kind of activity, that is something maybe they don't necessarily want people to know, because that is something that might alarm people, rightly or wrongly. And again, we'll get to that question, which I do have an opinion on. So I think his question on sort of 50% of it is misleading, because he's basically saying, why does Pfizer want to hide its private research from the public? And the answer is, well, maybe they don't, right? The answer partially is, well, we don't normally tell people, about our private research, and that's true. The other half of the question I understand. I'm saying that the question's somewhat misleading, in a way. Recognizing the sensitivity of doing this kind of research and letting people know about it. There are some research projects that are more sensitive than others. So anyway, let's keep going. Champagne, if you don't have the patience to watch this video, I suggest you move on to Disney.com. That's a good website for you.
This is absurd. Well, this is not right away. Don't tell anybody. This is working in a company to literally help the public. You really did. Please read the box.
Can you please unlock your door?
No, don't let them leave. Please unlock the door. Give the mic away. Please unlock the door. Please unlock the door.
So obviously, if you don't feel bad for this person, I think you don't have much humanity. You got to feel a little bad. You could also laugh, and I laughed a little bit. But it's sad as well. I'd say 80-90% sad, 10-20% funny, and that's me being a little bit nasty. Really, it should be 0% funny. But let's keep going. He is not very high up at Pfizer.
Why do not want the public to know that you got it?
Okay, so like I said, I think it's really kind of disgusting to sort of record somebody without their knowledge. The reason they were grabbing each other there was because I think that it is real, and I do think he lied on the date. I basically believe what he's saying here, and we'll break it all down in a second. When I was younger and more insecure in hedge funds, I tried to tell girls that I was James Bond. I was flying around the world interrogating CEOs. If they didn't listen to me, I would force them to do what I wanted, or I would fire them. I mean, it's not too far from the truth, but you know, I left out the number crunching all day part. I left out the nerd parts. You know, I made it sound like, you know, I was literally James Bond. So if you don't lie on dates, that's great. But I did, at least in the past. So anyway, I feel bad about that. You know, I think that, you know, this guy goes into this state thinking it's a romantic endeavor. It's not. It's a whatever, stick up. I do think it's real. I think his reaction, again, is somewhat humorous, but very, very pathetic as well. I'm kind of surprised he didn't just start crying. Like, it's such a terrible situation. Look at this hidden camera. This guy's pretending to be gay, possibly. Maybe he's really gay. We don't know. To get in. This is a third date. God knows what the first and second dates look like. You know, this is not a bioweapon intended to take lives. Don't write stuff like that. That's insane. Lack of basic understanding of medicine. Not some Pfizer shit. I actually did a big statement against Pfizer in 2015, I believe. So I believe his reaction. I know some people don't. So when he says, does Pfizer not want the public to know that you guys are doing directed evolution? This is a tricky question. There's two ways to look at this. And I think the weird reaction that a lot of people are having to this, which is the wrong reaction, and some people are calling it the right-wing reaction. I'm right-wing. I'm a Republican. I'm a 100% Republican. I've always voted for Republicans. I've given money to Republicans. I go to Republican fundraisers. I'm not a Democrat. So this right-wing reaction that's taken place is to this text on my screen. Does Pfizer not want the public to know that you guys are doing directed evolution? Again, the implicit point here is that directed evolution or serial passage or whatever you want to call this method is not allowed. And it is allowed with directed evolution, at least legally. You may really think it shouldn't be done, and we can have that debate in a minute. But at the moment, there's no legal prohibition. So when they say, does Pfizer not want the public to know, the question is, what's the impetus of that? Is it because it's illegal? Well, no, that's not true. Is it because it's sensitive and dangerous and it's kind of edgy? Or is it because they're worried that people will take it the wrong way and that there's a lot of misinformation about this, and maybe that, you know, talking about this will be, you know, kind of like blown up for no reason? I think it's the latter in Pfizer's mind, and it might be the former in a lot of other people's minds, but it's not illegal for sure. Let's look at some recent work on this stuff. It's been debated about its legality, but it didn't get sent to China for any reason or anything like that. In fact, there's this whole protocol for being very careful about how to do this. You can see here is bacterial MRSA serial passage to identify resistance mutations. This is smart research, right? In this case, you are trying to figure out, you know, where the resistance could take place. So you can make a drug that is prophylactically resistant to that resistance, or if you will. Here's another example of a herpes virus. Some people are doing this research today all around the world. There's no prohibition on it. Banning this kind of research could make sense. I'm not saying that it's out of the question. There is some risk of the virus leaving the facility, and that's substantial. And after COVID, I think we do have to think twice about this stuff. Does the risk justify the benefit? Should it be sent to an approval committee? And sometimes these things are sent to approval committee. There's an IRB in a lot of research institutions, but I don't know. You know, I'm not sure. But the point is that we don't have a gain of function ban or anything like that. Yeah, this guy is not a senior person at Pfizer either, by the way. Pfizer senior management is CEO, CFO, head of sales, chief research, things like that. head of manufacturing and business ops, you know, it is not this guy. It's very, very far away. This is the funniest part, where he thinks he's getting flashbacks to basically the videos he's watched of Project Veritas. So he's literally asking the guys. He doesn't want to talk about work, right? He's on date. And he keeps saying, so why are we back on this topic?
Hi. You work for Pfizer. My question is,
Oh,
why
no.
does Pfizer want to hide from the public the fact that they're mutating the COVID virus? He's on.
So if I were him, I would just say, okay, let's sit down and have this discussion. I'm not authorized to speak on behalf of Pfizer. Gain of function research is legal. I assume this was confidential. You know, I think it's really bad form to record somebody on a date. My comments do not reflect Pfizer at all. I have no further comment. That's it, right? I mean, that's all you got to say. But of course, you know, in the heat of the moment, it's very hard to be that poised, right? And he does say he was flexing for the date, you know.
On video, you're saying we're exploring how the virus keeps mutating.
I mean, we're exploring how the virus keeps mutating. Sure. I mean, they literally, you know, that's their job. There's nothing wrong with that.
What I think we're exploring is, why don't we mutate the virus? So, please do.
The cops thing is again very strange. Like, his freak out probably should have stopped here, and the best way to figure this out is to interact directly. And O'Keefe is a fast talking, kind of intimidating kind of guy, and he is waving this gotcha on this guy, and all this guy's got to realize is there's no gotcha here.
Welcome to today's talk, Sunday the 29th of January. Now, I've got a surprise when I looked at this. This is a press release from Pfizer, and we're going to be looking at what this says. Now, it's from...
It's interesting. It says Pfizer has not conducted gain-of-function research. Seems a little surprising to me. I thought they did. This guy was just maybe BSing? I don't know. Has not conducted gain-of-function or directed evolution research. Well, there's the BSL-3 laboratory that I was talking about the other day in our Discord chat. BSL-3 tends to ensure that virus doesn't escape. And that's the kind of place that you do this type of research. How do you phrase gain of function? So, to me, this Pfizer statement's a little misleading. In vitro work doesn't mean it's not gain of function. I mean, just because it's not in vivo doesn't mean it's not gain of function work. So, you know, it's a little bit of a dodge to say, oh, that's in vitro work. Well, you know, and you could see that they're not, you know, they don't stop here, this paragraph. They stop with the paragraph, it would be like a flat denial, but they kind of say, well, we do some work. And that's why they mention the biosafety level 3. BSL-3 is a very, like, think about it as like Fort Knox or like a high security prison instead of medium or low. It's a really, really high security biolab. Pfizer is trustworthy. I don't think that they'd lie on their website, CXCon. I don't think you really understand the way corporate communications works. Have you ever worked at senior management of a publicly traded company? I'm starting to get mad. Don't make me get mad, man. If I get mad, you turn me back to the old Shkreli. How could a company lie in a public statement? You really think that's a good idea? Companies do that routinely? It's an SEC violation. You get jail for that. Believe me, I know. You guys have to take my word for some of this stuff. A lot of you guys are just freestyling like you know what you're talking about. You don't, alright? Shkreli knows. Shkreli's not gonna lead you wrong. Shkreli don't like any company. Shkreli short stocks. I'll short the stock to 0.
Patch 13.3 preview. Now, for those of you who've been paying attention, they called the last patch 13.1b, but then apparently they patched that patch, and now that's called 13.2. So the last patch, despite being called 13.1b, is 13.2, making this one 13.3. So this is the 13.3 preview. So this patch is terrible, and I've spent so much time trying to look through this patch, trying to figure out why it's so bad, and I can't seem to justify it at all. It's just a really bad patch. To read here, pull back Pantheon, Thresh, and Pike in order to not creep too much damage. They are creeping a lot of damage here, actually. But okay, and being careful not to overswing after 13.2 Grievous Wounds and Enchanter changes. Jungle changes aim to nerf ganking, treats benefits ganking, make days a bit riskier, and trading gold for XP. They're not nerfing jungle at all, by the way. This is a total lie. And they are power creeping damage really hard. Again, so what's in this patch? Going from the top, let's read through this. First up, we have the Kayle changes. Kayle now gets 10% movement speed from 8%. The on-hit ratio on her E, so I'm assuming they mean the AP ratio on her E, so the on-hit has gone from 0.2 to 0.25, increasing its scaling by 25%, and then the E missing health has gone from 8 to 10 to 8 to 12%. So remember, Ride is not power creeping damage. And for everyone, just before I go into this patch will be live in a week. It's not live now, it will be live in a week. That's why I call this a preview. If you want to see the review, come back next week. We'll go over it when it goes live. I'm sure there's going to be more changes, stuff like that. We'll actually go through it. This is more of me just sort of lampooning it. So they said they don't want to power creep damage, so they gave Kayle a large damage buff and then another damage buff. Now this one isn't too big. This one is very big. The movement speed also seems to be a big change. So they're buffing her, and buffing her. Now whenever a champion gets a triple buff, my thoughts are always the same thing. Wow, a triple buff? Yeah, they're definitely shooting up to too much, because League of Legends as a game tends to not be too imbalanced, where champions are all generally close to each other. It's just that some champions are stronger, which allows them to snowball the game, because League of Legends is inherently a snowball game. So when you buff a champion 3 different times, it tends to overshoot it, because you can very quickly go from too little to too much, just in how much you can snowball out in the game. Lee Sin, in a totally we're not power creeping damage, now has his Q bonus AD ratio increased from 1.0 to 1.2. That's right. After 12 years of Lee Sin having a 2.0 AD ratio on both halves of his Q, he will now have a 2.4 AD ratio, because that's a really good idea, evidently. That's just such a really, really good idea to do that. That's just... I love not power creeping damage by power creeping damage. They also say E now has a total AD ratio. Same at level 1, better after. Now E, I did look into this, and I think this is Riot being dumb. E is his Tempest. I thought that was his Safeguard, but it's his Tempest. They're also now has an AD ratio, but then they buffed the E slow. I don't actually understand what they mean with this one. I'm gonna be blunt with you. I think they're screwing up this. I think they mean his shield now has an AD ratio, but why would they word it like this then? E, they're saying E, but E already has an AD ratio. Unless they're saying the slow has an AD ratio. But I don't know what they're talking about. E slow also has grown from 20 to 60% to 20 to 80%. That's right, Lee Sin will now have an 80% slow. Kayn, Assassin Kayn, is getting the old Riot double. What is the Riot double? That's when you buff a champion, then you buff a champion. So Assassin Kayn is getting the bonus damage from his passive buffed from 13 to 40% to 15 to 45%. So he will do more damage. But then what they're also doing is they're buffing the AD ratio on his Q. So he will do more damage while he does more damage. Meaning, very likely, Assassin Kayn will go from, you know, oh, he's not doing that much damage, to now he will just straight one-shot people. See, the thing is, again, Riot, and everyone who watches me, League of Legends is a game of snowballing. If you do more damage, you do more damage. If you scale better, then you scale better. So the thing is, Assassin Kayn gaining a 1.6 AD ratio on his Q, which will then be magnified by his passive, potentially up to 45%. What that means here, right, and anybody listening to me, is that Kayn will now do more damage on every single Q than Aatrox will do on a third Q crit. So the problem with this is that while this might make sense like in the hyper late game after he's fallen off, this doesn't really make much sense in the early game when he's still snowballing. So now he'll snowball. Then when he gets more items, he'll do more damage. And because he's getting a percent modifier on his damage buffed, while he's getting the AD ratio on his damage buffed, they buff his damage, which then also buffs his damage. So once again, like with the Kayle change, if you buff a champion too much, they tend to go from like, oh, they're too weak to, and now they're way too strong. Trundle is getting buffed rather substantially. His dance emote now scales with movement speed, which is whatever, cool. They're also pulling back the nerf on his W. They giga nerfed it a while ago. They're pulling back some of that. It used to be 14 to 10. Then they nerfed it to like 18 to 14, if I remember right. Now they're pulling it back to 16 to 12. That's when he goes, and he puts like the whole frozen field, and then he runs fast and auto attacks more. So, yeah, Trundle, it's a buff. I don't think it's going to do anything. The champion is so monstrously underpowered. I think he's like one of the champions who would need to be like triple buffed to be viable. But what are you going to do? He seems to be one of those champions who kind of dominates the low ranks and doesn't really do much more after that. LeBlanc is getting more mana regen and more mana regen growth, and the mana cost on her Q is going down, and then the cooldown on her ultimate is going down. So at the very least, they're not buffing LeBlanc's damage, they're just giga buffing her mana. The thing about LeBlanc is every time they buff LeBlanc, I get afraid, because if LeBlanc is ever viable, she instantly dominates the high ranks, like instantly. She just instantly dominates the high ranks. Like it goes from like LeBlanc is not seen at all, then she becomes viable, and then like every third game is against LeBlanc. But fortunately, they are nerfing Kassadin, so we'll see. They're buffing all support tanks. They're buffing Alistar, Braum, Nautilus, and Pyke, but they're not actually buffing Pyke based on their thing. Then Thresh and Rakan have neutral changes, but Thresh isn't being buffed because it was actually a buff. I don't know how Riot like does this. How do they say Thresh is getting a neutral change? Then they like go through, here, look at this. They're saying Thresh is getting a neutral change, but then they say we're not buffing Thresh because it would power creep too much damage. Then how is it a neutral change, Riot? That does... We're buffing him, it'll be neutral. Actually, we're not because it'll power creep the game too much. Then that's not a neutral change, was it? And I did look at the neutral change, and it was a very large buff. And it wasn't just to damage, it was also to survivability. They're not doing it, so I'm not going to go through it, but I don't know how Riot lies out their ass like this, and like, do they not think people like me notice? I mean, most people, I guess, don't notice, so whatever. So we have nerfs to 4 tanks here, and Kassadin, who at this point is basically a tank due to Raja Ages and Archangels. They're not nerfing Archangels because apparently the new Rite of Ages Archangels giving 850 HP plus a Giga Shield plus 350 ability power is the new normal, and we all need to accept that every mage is going to go this build and get 850 HP and ability haste and a Giga Shield and 350 AP at 2 items, because mages needed to match the AD carry 2-item power spike, so now they have a Giga 2-item power spike. I don't know, man. So anyway, Amumu, his Q mana cost is going up. His E damage is going down rather considerably by 15 to 5? No, his E damage is going down at level 1 by 15, but at rank 5 it upgrades by 5. It equals out at rank 4. I'm pretty sure Amumu goes Q, then E, then W. So this is a nerf levels 1 to 11, and then a buff 13 plus. So it's not really... It's obviously a nerf, because again, League is a game of snowballing. If you're stronger early game, then you're going to be stronger late game, because you'll have more items. So, whatever. Kassadin is getting nerfed. So if anyone remembers, they did this really dumb change that buffed him, and then they buffed him again by making all his items better, and then they forgot to nerf him, and now he's just breaking the game. He's literally destroying the game, like Jax, by the way, but Jax isn't getting nerfed, because evidently only mid lane gets to get, like they just turbo buff Jax into infinity, where he's just absolutely destroying top lane, and Riot's like, yay! Then they do literally the same change for Kassadin, and they're like, no. So, okay, cool. But I mean, at least we're nerfing Kassadin. So anyway, the amount his E cooldown will go down after everyone uses an ability is 0.75 instead of 1. Then the base damage at rank 1 is going down by 20. Then the amount of damage he gets on his ultimate is going down by 10 flat. So instead of nerfing his scaling, they're just doing that thing where they nerf his level 1 really hard again. They're just nerfing his early game again. And then somehow this will balance his late game. I don't know. Riot likes Kassadin just being the late game uber carry. I'm not sure, like, it feels so often that Riot just tries to push out so many late game uber carries that, like, any given team is gonna have like 2 or 3 of them at this point, right? Like, how many times have I seen like an ADC in the bot lane, then like Kindred jungle, then Kassadin, so they have 3 uber carries, and I'm sitting here like, they have more late game carries than not. So, yeah, Kassadin needs to be a late game uber carry, cool. Zac is getting his WAP ratio reduced. Now, I did say like 2 years ago when they did this change, it was gonna be a terrible idea. Apparently, Riot is admitting it and pulling it back a bit. Instead of 4% health per 100 AP, it'll now be 3% health damage per 100 AP. His E damage is also going down, baseline, and the AP ratio is also going down. So if Zac rushes Demonic, he'll do a good bit less damage. Even if he doesn't rush Demonic, he'll do some less damage on his E. Overall, nerf for Zac. Probably for the best, but they might be overdoing it a little. The thing about Zac is that he either does or he does not kill you. Yes, he's got sustained damage with his W spam, but at the end of the day, this isn't like 2013 anymore. Zac can't just like out heal you by spamming his abilities and running around. That doesn't happen anymore, not really. So, yeah, if he doesn't kill you in his combo, he tends to just get run down. This might be a little bit too much, we'll see. I don't know. I think the E damage alone might be good. Maybe the W damage also would be good. I think doing them both at once might be a little bit too much. Talking about doing too much, K'Sante's Q knockup duration is getting nerfed. His Q stun duration is also getting nerfed. His W stun duration is also getting nerfed. And the amount of resistances he loses in his ultimate is getting giga nerfed. Instead of losing 65% of his resistances, he will lose 85%. This definitely, I think he'll still be playable at like the giga high ranks, but I don't think he'll be more than playable. I think he'll definitely be playable. Like, you'll be able to play him. He'll be like a 50% win rate in the hands of like one tricks and stuff like that. But I don't think, and this is my opinion, I don't think he'll be much more than that. Like if I take a look at this, like if I look at K'Sante at the lower ranks here, he's got like a 47% win rate. At like all ranks, he has like a, where is he right now? Is he down here? Like 45% win rate. Even when we look at Diamond 2 Plus, he has a 49% win rate. At Masters Plus, he's got a 49% win rate. By the way, look at Jax being the highest pick at literally everywhere. Literally everywhere, even into Challenger. Jax has a higher win rate, pick rate, and ban rate than K'Sante. And not by a small amount. But apparently Jax is like super wholesome fun time champion. K'Sante is no bad man. Please, Riot, please actually nerf Jax. I can't pick half the fucking roster because they'll just counterpick with Jax. And then the thing you'll notice very quickly is if you nerf Jax, oh wait, Camille's broken. Oh wait, Jace is broken. Oh wait, Fiora is still broken. Like, God, the top meta is so bad. I don't know, we're doing one thing for top lane. You know, if this is jungle, they would just be buffing 5 top laners. They wouldn't even be nerfing any top laners. This is jungle. They'd be like, we need to nerf like 5 top laners every patch forever. Anyway, I think K'Sante will still be playable after this change. Probably. But I don't think he'll be like any good. This is like 3 giga nerfs. 4 giga nerfs. So his Q knockup duration means that stuns, like tenacity, is way more effective into him. The stun duration hits his ability to do much of anything. His W mini stun makes it so he can't W into Q as consistently. It also means in a team fight, if he gets like the W mini stun into a bunch of people, it stuns for less. Then the R resistance loss, like I'd be fine with all these changes, but the R resistance loss seems to be the true murder. He will actually, like, he already ran the risk that if he wasn't stun locking someone after his ultimate that he would just instantly die. But now he's just gonna instantly giga die. I am not quite certain what they're doing with this one, to be honest. This one is really bad. Like, this one is really bad, Riot. This one is really, really bad. If you did these nerfs, I'd be fine with it, and I'd be like, yeah, that's fine. Like, who gives a shit? Like, it's fine. Like, he's overpowered right now anyway. Like, if you know how to play him perfectly, he's overpowered. It's like, these changes would be fine, in my opinion. But this one should go. This one should go. Because this will actually just destroy the viability of the champion for anyone who isn't perfect on him. And as we've seen time and time again, what frequently happens when that change like that happens is that everyone stops playing the champion for the most part, and then everyone just starts like all the one tricks might stay on K'Sante, but then like everyone else leaves the champion, and then he stops being picked and he stops being banned, and then he slowly just fades away, and everyone will just go to Jax and Camille and Fiora and Jace, and then he'll like fall out, and you know, like that's what happens time and time again when you make changes like this. Like, you want a champion to be balanced on average, not balanced where only the one tricks can play the champion. As we've seen again, and as what's happening to Aatrox is, as we're saying in Challenger, like, the Aatrox one tricks can kind of sort of make him work, but like no one else can. And so his win rate continues to fall, and his pick rate continues to fall, and he's going to continue to fall. And what I'm saying is, we're just going to come back anyway, right? Like, you're going to buff Aatrox anyway, so you're going to buff K'Sante anyway. Why not just nerf all his stuns and be done there? And why utterly obliterate his ability to do anything, right? Overheal's getting buffed. ADCs apparently weren't good enough. Riot was like, man, the entire game being decided by ADCs isn't enough. Could we do this even harder? Great. They're nerfing the jungle early ganks, except not really at all. The amount of gold you get from treats is going down, but the amount of XP you get from monsters is going up. Then stealth ward trinkets are having a reduced cooldown in the early game, but that doesn't really matter in my opinion, and I'll tell you why. The issue is that junglers, A, can have the ward marked on their map with the new ward ping system, and then B, once it's warded on their map, they can sweep and then run right through it. They can go through a different ganking path. Wards at a whole are at an all-time uselessness. 90% of the time, the best way to see if you're being ganked is if the opposing laner starts running at you or doing something weird. If that happens, you know you're being ganked. But the site, you can like stop looking at your ward for 1 second to last hit, and the thing is, the human brain literally can't double task. It can't. Like, we know that as a fact. The human brain is actually really bad at doing two tasks at the same time. What it does do is it looks at two things and keeps swapping its attention back and forth between them. So you can look at your ward, go to last hit, look at your ward, go to last hit, look at your ward, go to last hit, and oh wait, they swept through your ward the second you looked away. Now they're up next to you and you're dead. And so wards are at an all-time useless because they don't give you advanced notice anymore. They give you some notice, like if you see your ward starting to be swept and you can start running away, but you might not notice it instantly because you don't, like, you can't. Your brain literally doesn't work like that. It's not wired like that. Your brain is like a single core processor. It just tries to do multiple tasks as quickly as it can, but it will only do one at a time. That's why wards have just sort of become really bad to the point where they're buffing wards. But in my opinion, the issue would be if they want you to not be gankable, there needs to be some sort of like, maybe like an audio notification that your shit is being swept. Because between sweepers, between Umbral Glaive, it is so easy for a jungler to run right through a ward. So even if you did ward properly, we're seeing this time and time and again in top lane, that winning and losing top lane doesn't matter. Because if you're winning, you try to hold lane, and if you're losing, you also try to hold lane, because you can't really go aggro because the opposing jungler, unless you're dead ass staring them in their face, can run through and do everything. The issue is jungle generates too much XP, and I've literally gone through and shown you replays where junglers will get level 3, they'll run top, then they'll run bot, then they'll run back to top, then they'll run mid, then they'll clear 2 camps, then they'll run top, and they'll be level 5 or 6, and they haven't really cleared anything from the jungle. Nerfing the amount of gold they get throughout a game by like 100 doesn't really do anything. Buffing the amount of XP they get does a lot, because what that does is that enables them to gank even more, because the thing is, all they need to do is gank enough to get to a XP threshold to get either catch-up XP or to get respawning camps or to go smite or stuff like that. And yeah, the issue is right now buffing wards doesn't do much because buffing wards doesn't really do much to begin with. Wards, even if they're perfectly placed, they've been made so counterable by Riot that often whether or not you ward practically doesn't have an impact on the game. Now, Umbral Glaive is also being nerfed from a 40-second cooldown to 50 seconds, but that rarely does anything. Because even at a 50-second cooldown, if we look at the cooldown on wards, and we compare that to Umbral Glaive can single-handedly be wiping out 2 or even 3 lanes of wards itself. The only thing that stops Umbral Glaive is a support chain-placing wards going back and chain-placing wards. Umbral Glaive can shred through wards very quickly. Now, they are reducing the range damage to wards from 3 to 2. Now, that will hurt Graves, but that doesn't hurt anyone really other than Graves and maybe sometimes Kindred. That's about it. I guess it hurt Senna? That's really about it. At the end of the day, wards have just reached an all-time low for usability, and we're seeing time and time again that 90% of their usefulness is just quickly warding up a dragon or a baron before a team fight, or warding during a team fight to get vision over pits, right? The ability to ward, particularly early game, has become so useless that, yeah. It no longer insta-kills traps either, which is fine. Teemo probably needed that buff. Any buff to Teemo that doesn't just buff his early game is a good buff. And as we've seen, there's a lot of things that nerf Teemo that, yeah. Radiant Virtue is also getting nerfed here because, so the issue with Radiant Virtue is, not everyone needs damage. I don't know why Riot doesn't realize that. Not everyone needs damage. A lot of people need survivability. Karma, in order for her kit to be usable and viable, Karma needs to not die in one hit. When she runs up and tries to start, you know, rooting a LeBlanc or getting vision on a Kha'Zix with her root, stuff like that, she needs that champion to not be able to instantly turn around and one-shot her. So Karma builds tanky, because otherwise she will die horribly. So Riot's response to this isn't to go, man, there probably should be a viable tank item that's good for champions like supports, like literally Radiant Virtue was designed for. They go, no, stop building the tank item. Well, the issue now, we've Giga nerfed Jack shows so much that barely anyone tries to go it anymore, even tanks. Now we're Giga nerfing Radiant Virtue so much that once again, if you can't use Iceborne Gauntlet, there's not really going to be a tank item left for you. That, in my opinion, is what's making K'Sante so over-the-top good, is he's like the only tank in the game right now that can actually use Iceborne Gauntlet and do well with it. And he has crazy synergy with his kit, mind you. And so because of that, what we're seeing time and time again is that literally the only viable tank is K'Sante. I actually was keeping track of his win rate. After they Giga nerfed Old Bruisers, K'Sante's win rate in a few days went up as far as 1%. Because, shockingly, he's the only tank that could really benefit from Bruisers getting nerfed into the ground. So, that's kind of a big deal. So, Radiant Virtue will now have too long of a cooldown. At 60 seconds to 90 seconds cooldown, it will have too long of a cooldown for a lot of tanks to even use every ultimate. The cost is also going up by 200, which hurts it really bad. This makes Iceborne Gauntlet literally the only 3,000 gold tank item left, which shockingly means that if tank players, because the thing is, most tank players have to go like a Bramble Vest or Plated Steel Caps Rush. So having the 200 less gold on their Mythic was really good because it enabled them to get to their Mythic while still building these other items that Riot wants them to rush to be relevant in the laning phase. But now with even Radiant Virtue going to 3,200, the issue we're quickly seeing is that every tank's gonna just have to go Iceborne Gauntlet, especially with these Giga nerfs. The amount of HP that you go up is being buffed. It's getting 10% inactive, you'll get 15%, which is fine, right? The amount of healing is going from 8% to 12%, but the healing no longer scales with missing health. You frequently healed way more than 8% anyway. Like, even if you took minimum amount of damage, even minor amounts of damage, and you would heal more than 8%, and you would start healing, I think at most you would heal up to like 16% if you're like at 33% health, something like that. So this isn't the big nerf that they're pretending it is. The healing helps tanks that are already kind of near full HP. So if you've taken poke or something like that, you can use it to heal it back up. I would like to have seen, like, the cooldown is probably fine for the early game, but it should probably go down with levels or something. Because what they don't want like Karma top going Radiant Virtue and then just using it to constantly heal herself up every second wave. They don't want that, which is fine. Okay, going to 90 seconds cooldown at first is fine, but I think over the course of the game, it should go down to like 60 seconds, because as you start getting ability haste and you start getting rank 3 ultimates, late game ultimates start being like 60-second cooldown. So this is way too much of a nerf right here, and they should definitely consider making this over time. As far as the max HP, that's fine. The healing is... the issue is a lot of tanks who didn't have healing, like Ornn, were using this as their only form of shielding or healing, and now that the healing is getting nerfed, 12% health healing is like not that big. Let's be honest, like when it was 15%, that was kind of good. The max HP increase is kind of decent, that lets you tank through a bit. The ability haste aura is also being removed, which isn't the biggest deal. Overall, Radiant Virtue is getting a giga nerf, which I don't really understand, because what they seem to be doing is they're nerfing Radiant Virtue hard, but then buffing all support tanks. I'm not 100% what they're trying to do, because I think in a literal sense, Riot actually doesn't understand that there are tanks in the jungle and there are tanks in top lane. I think they literally actually start thinking, I think their actual thought process is they actually only think that tanks go into the support role. I think K'Sante got by like on accident. He started using Iceborne Gauntlet and Riot like literally forgot. And now they're like going over here and like, oh, let's finish this fucker off. Let's kill the last tank of top lane. And he's literally the last tank of top lane, with Mundo being dead and Ornn being dead and Maokai died. The only thing left is K'Sante, and now they're sort of like coming back and finishing the job. Last up here, we have a nerf to Tenacity. Tenacity stacked additively instead of multiplicatively, like sometimes. They're listing this like this is some huge nerf. No, the nerf was to the Tenacity rune, which has actually fucked up a lot of top laners. We're seeing that a lot of top laners have lost significant amounts of win rate. We can see, actually, if you look right here, in the few days that the hotfix has been live, Garen has already lost 1% win rate across all ranks. If we look into like D2+, we can see Garen... Well, we can't because he's so low. We see Garen's down to 49% win rate. With the nerf to the Tenacity rune and the nerf to Mortal Reminder, Garen is like dead at this point. And so now they're like going back and like finishing the job. I think Garen was like one of the only champions who could additively stack Tenacity with his W, and he could use it to get near max Tenacity to like hit the minimum Tenacity. Some people think that I'm lying about this, but this is actually true. There actually is a server tick rate that does go off, and they did buff the tick rate a bit, unknown when, because like Riot doesn't actually sometimes list the patch notes for this stuff. So Tenacity on Garen's W, for the most part, it was kind of random when the server would tick, but you could very frequently get stuns down to their minimum duration. So you could like eat an Ashe ult with Garen W and then just like walk through it. Not literally, but you'd be stunned for like a microsecond and then you just run right through it. But yeah, so that's it. This change doesn't really change much. Like they had already fixed this a while ago. I don't know why they're listing this as like some big patch note. You have to do very, very specific items and runes to get Tenacity to stack additively. Nobody really does it, and I'm not sure, again, I'm not sure why they're listing this as some big patch. Like, this just doesn't happen. So that's this patch. I think this patch is terrible. Again, hopefully they do some adjustments on this. Hopefully some of these changes don't go through all, and hopefully Riot starts nerfing junglers instead of buffing. But that's it. So thank you for watching this video. Thank you for coming here. Remember to like,
The Summoner's Rift. Seconds until minions spawn. Minions have spawned.
For today's episode, I thought that we might try something a bit different. I write the scripts for all of the episodes on this channel, but not today. Today's episode is at least in part written by a special guest, the AI system, ChatGPT. So how did it do, and what should we make of it? And what does all this mean, if anything, for the future of software development? Oh, and while we're at it, let's answer one more pressing question. What is Dr. Seuss's software development? Hi, I'm Dave Farley of Continuous Delivery. Welcome to my channel. If you haven't been here before, please do hit subscribe, and if you enjoyed the content today, in this episode, I asked ChatGPT to write a script. I asked it, write a script for a YouTube video for the Continuous Delivery channel on the subject of test-driven development in the style of Dave Farley. Now, I'm pretty sure that ChatGPT doesn't have a clue who I am, and doesn't know anything about the Continuous Delivery channel on YouTube either. But before I try out the episode that it wrote, let me first thank our sponsors. We're fortunate to be sponsored by Equal Experts, Tricentric, Transfic, Launch Darkly and Roost. All of these companies have products and services that are well aligned with the topics that we discuss on this channel every week. So if you're looking for excellence in continuous delivery and software engineering, do click on the links in the description below to check them all out. So here is the episode that the AI wrote. Hi everyone, and welcome to the Continuous Delivery channel. Today we're talking about
I love animation, whether it's watching it or making it, and I've noticed a trend recently, not just in animation, but in almost every software I use day to day. It's something that's honestly been keeping me up at night, and that is AI. But what does this have to do with animation? Is AI going to take our jobs as animators? And can you actually get animation with one click? Well, I recently found a new software and put it to the test to see what it's really capable of. And let me tell you, the results at the end of this video are pretty insane. So I want to go through some of the best features and hopefully show you that it's not all doom and gloom. The software I'm talking about is Cascada, and it's not often you get to see a whole new animation software come around. So basically, a small game company named Neki has developed and released this software about 4 years ago. However, only recently was this software released to the public for free. Every single aspect of this game is free from you and me to essentially it's an all-in-one animation suite and has everything an animator wants. From the graph editor all the way to rigging, this thing is a super powerful tool. But the main reason why this came onto my radar is because of the AI assisted features. So let's cover them quickly.
You burned my house to the ground! My family's dead! What do I do?
I'm starting off with the heavy hitter, auto posing. When I first started playing with this feature, I thought it was just some kind of gimmick. But it's actually super powerful. So generally, when you're creating your key poses, you jump in and set up your character joint by joint in the position you want. You then set up a keyframe for each major pose, and then move on to the other stages like splining and polish. Usually there'd be some FK or IK controllers that you can switch on and off, but generally speaking, this is the process. As you can see, it takes a while, and honestly, getting the key poses down is extremely important, as these determine the major actions of the shot. It basically shows you in the most minimal information possible what the actions and movement of the animation will be. So with Cascada, they actually have a setting that you can toggle on here, which is called auto posing. This essentially uses their built-in AI to assist in determining what the most natural pose would be. So for example, I can move the legs or the arms, and the whole rig follows suit. Instead of painstakingly moving each individual joint, I can simply hit this button and automatically the best physically accurate pose gets created in seconds, which is super powerful. So with this tool enabled, I'm able to set up a super simple lockout of my animation, and it's way faster than the traditional workflow. And speaking of time savers, I want to show you my favorite platform to learn new skills. And yes, this is sponsored by Skillshare, but I want you to stick with me here because I think you're going to get a ton of value from this. Skillshare is an online learning platform curated to show the best of the best creators. Whether it's 3D, logo design, or even cooking, they have literally thousands of classes to offer. Not only that, but it's entirely ad-free and has some insanely great value once you start digging into the classes that are actually available on here. If you're watching my videos, you probably already know half the creators here. For example, there's Southern Shoddy, Bad Normals, and hey, even this guy. He seems pretty cool. Skillshare is honestly where I learned the majority of Blender basics, and I want to highlight Southern Shoddy's collective classes here. Each of these are under an hour long, extremely easy to follow, and will get you super comfortable with Blender. If you're still watching this and aren't convinced, well then Skillshare has hooked me up with an amazing offer for you. The first 1,000 people to use the link below will get a full 1 month free trial of Skillshare. You can binge all of these amazing classes during that time and start getting serious about learning Blender. Grab your free month below, and thank you so much to Skillshare for sponsoring this video. So now we know about auto-posing and how it can quickly streamline your workflow, but I want to show you the most powerful tool in this software. When you're an animator, some of the most time-consuming activities come in what's known as the polishing stage. This is where your animation is essentially done, but you're adding in small things to elevate it from average quality to insane. I can't tell you enough how painstaking this process can be. I remember in my final trimester of uni, I was up all night, drank an unhealthy amount of energy drinks, and just trying to cram the final stages of my graduating piece. That morning, I went to bed for a few hours before having to present this in class. I closed my eyes, and instead of dreaming, I was literally editing the graph editor. Now, the reason I'm telling you this is because as an animator, you don't need to push yourself to these unhealthy extremes like younger Smeef did, especially with these amazing tools available to us now like Cascadeur and this thing called Autophysics. So what is Autophysics? Well, once you finish with your key poses, instead of moving on to the polish stage, putting in overlapping motion and essentially adding everything manually, you just press a button and it does it all for you. With one click, this has the ability to use their integrated AI and physics-based system to elevate your animation in literally seconds. For example, check out this simple jump animation. There's about 3 keyframes here with simple interpolation, and once this button is pressed, it magically shows what it would look like with the auto physics enabled. You can also modify all the physics settings here in the side tab, as well as things like secondary motion to get exactly what you're looking for. I mean, just look at these amazing examples, all of which were made and enhanced with this awesome auto physics tool. Now, don't get me wrong, this software is amazing, but I think there's still a long way to go before AI completely removes animators from the pipeline. So before all this AI gets fully integrated into our workflows, there's still one massive problem I see a lot of beginner animators make when starting out with animation. And if you'd like to fix that, you'll want to watch this video right here.
Google Fiber starts with internet speeds up to a gigabit a second. It's internet 100 times faster than what most Americans have today.
Is my internet so fast? So fast!
Remember Google Fiber? Way back in 2010, Google sought to win the broadband internet market by introducing revolutionary internet speeds of 1 gigabit per second. They were looking to achieve this by introducing a fiber optic technology to the general market. This was quite a bold move, as the legacy players like AT&T, Comcast, and Charter had such a stronghold on the market. But if anyone was capable of taking on these giants, it was someone like Google. Things started off strong for Google Fiber, as they launched in Kansas, followed by Texas, Utah, and Tennessee. It seemed like Google was doing it. They were putting legacy players to shame as people flocked to Google's offerings. But this success did not last too long. In the mid-2010s, AT&T would start hitting back, and they would flex just how powerful they truly were. While Google Fiber was expanding city by city, AT&T would announce a nationwide rollout covering dozens of cities. And they weren't bluffing either, given that they would spend an eye-watering $140 billion to make that vision a reality. This was obviously a massive morale hit for Google, and they would soon announce that they were cutting their fiber staff by half. To make things worse, AT&T and the Charter would start sabotaging Google Fiber by suing them and pulling political favors. It seems like all this pressure was too much for CEO Craig Barrett to handle, as he would step down during the worst of it. But the nail in the coffin didn't come till the late 2010s, by which point AT&T had finished much of the critical rollout. Suddenly, Google was no longer introducing fiber to new areas. Many of the cities that they were expanding to already had fiber thanks to AT&T. And it didn't help that AT&T was not only cheaper, but more reputable from the general public's perspective. With no choice left, Google would actually begin to leave certain cities that they had pioneered, like Louisville, Kentucky. Since then, we haven't heard much news from Google. Apparently, they're still expanding and have plans of moving into 5 new states. But it's not clear how much of this will come to fruition, especially with the recession. Objectively, it looks like Google bit off way more than they could chew, and they got put in their place. But what if I told you that Google knew that this would happen from the very beginning, and this wasn't their worst case scenario? It was actually the scenario that they were betting on. So here's why Google Fiber was actually Google's most successful failure. To understand why Google entered the broadband market as a whole, we'll have to take a look back at the state of fiber internet before Google. You see, fiber optic data transmission is by no means a new technology. It was actually demonstrated way back in 1965 by a German physicist named Manfred Borner, and NASA even used fiber optic cables in the cameras that they sent to the moon. At first, the technology wasn't commercially viable given that it required energy-intensive manufacturing process. High-quality optical fibers could barely be manufactured at 2 meters per second. But by 1982, this would be increased all the way to 50 meters per second. This actually meant that producing fiber optic cables was cheaper than producing traditional copper cables. But despite these revolutionary findings, the broadband internet was headed in a completely different direction: dial-up internet. If you're not familiar with dial-up, it consists of calling a specified phone number and getting internet connection through your phone cable. This resulted in extremely slow speeds of 56 kilobits per second or even lower. But this was actually for the best. When you're introducing a new technology, you want to reduce barriers to adoption by as much as possible. So the fact that internet could work through phone lines that already existed around the world was a massive win. But over time, this quickly turned into the internet's biggest inhibitor as well. You see, ISPs figured, why create new infrastructure if we don't have to? And this led to the broadband industry becoming fixated on two offerings: DSL and cable. DSL was offered by telephone providers and aimed to leverage phone lines as much as possible. Meanwhile, cable internet was offered by cable providers and aimed to leverage cable lines as much as possible. There was also a third medium of internet which sought to leverage satellite infrastructure. But this never really took off, resulting in a duopoly between DSL and the cable providers. Sometimes DSL providers made some sort of advancement and edged out cable providers. Other times, cable providers made some sort of advancement and edged out DSL providers. But neither was radically better than the other. Also, these so-called advancements were by no means breakthroughs. They usually consisted of improvements from 1 megabit per second to 2 megabits per second, or 2 megabits per second to 4 megabits per second. While these were admittedly 2x increases, they were nothing in comparison to the 100, 500, 1000x increases that were possible through fiber. There was a sort of unspoken agreement between the DSL providers and the cable providers that they would both stick to their lanes and not do anything too ambitious. And given that no startup could challenge their dominance, these ISPs pretty much set the rules. But no one really cared either. Virtually no one needed speeds of 300, 200, or even 100 megabits per second in the 1990s and 2000s. I mean, all people were doing with the internet was forums, emails, and light social media. But all of this would change after 2010. While ISPs had stuck to linear improvements, companies based on the internet were growing exponentially, and so was their need for speed. Likely the two best examples of this are streaming and gaming. 4K TVs have become dirt cheap, and basically every streaming platform offers 4K options, whether it be YouTube or Netflix. But the biggest bottleneck to making 4K streaming a reality was broadband internet. To stream 480p, you only need 1.1 megabits per second, but to stream 4K, you need 20 megabits per second. And that's if you're the only person using the internet in your household. If you live with your family or roommates, you need speeds of 50 or 100 megabits per second so that everyone can use the internet comfortably. The same thing applies to gaming as well, given that the industry was moving away from physical copies. To download these new 100 or 150 gigabyte games, you needed much faster speeds than 4 megabits per second. At that rate, it would literally take days to download these games. But at least that's a one-time problem. To actually enjoy many of these online games, you need reliable ping, which simply wasn't feasible through the traditional offerings. Clearly, it was time for disruption, but ISPs weren't gonna disrupt themselves. So, enter Google. Google's incentives for radically improving internet speeds were obvious. I mean, they're the largest internet company in the world. If anyone has stakes in the internet becoming better, it's them. And it's not just for mindlessly watching YouTube videos in 4K. That right there was probably the least of their concerns. Their real concern was productive applications like video calls through Google Hangouts, virtual classrooms through Chrome OS and Google Classroom, and most importantly, the cloud through Google Cloud. If they wanted any of these applications to take off, they needed ISPs to ditch DSL and cable and switch to fiber or something even better. And as a result, they would step up to the plate with Google Fiber. And they went straight for the big guns. They didn't even bother aiming for numbers with units of MB. They went straight for 1 gigabit per second. Keep in mind, this was during a time when most people were struggling to get speeds of 1 megabit per second. So speeds of 1 gigabit per second were very much unfathomable, at least for me. For Google, these speeds were nothing given that it took a lot more horsepower to run their massive data centers, networks, and servers. For perspective, Google needed 1 petabit per second or 1 million gigabits per second to run their Jupyter network-based data centers way back in 2015. Who knows how much they need today? So, theoretically speaking, offering fiber shouldn't have been that difficult in terms of technology. Google just had to make a fraction of what they were capable of available to the end customers. But as we so often find, theory doesn't always translate to reality. That didn't matter though, because they had no intention of actually overtaking said ISPs. But wait a minute, if Google was gonna get into the broadband game, they might as well try to grow a new sector and displace the legacy players, right? Well, the answer is actually absolutely not from a financial perspective. Here's the thing, it cost AT&T $140 billion to accomplish a semi-nationwide fiber rollout. And that's despite their decades of experience, hundreds of billions of dollars worth of existing infrastructure, and telecommunications being their primary focus and business. If Google were to try to achieve this from scratch, it would cost them $200 or $300 billion, especially given Google's top-of-the-market salaries. But even if we assumed that they were somehow able to get it done for $100 billion, it still makes no sense. You see, Google's entire market cap back in 2010 was only $300 to $400 billion. This means that if they actually took fiber seriously, they would essentially be betting a third of their entire net worth on this market. And much of this would probably have to be paid for using debt. That itself is a pretty bad situation, but it gets exponentially worse when you consider opportunity cost. Take YouTube for example. There's no official market cap for YouTube, but I think we can all agree that YouTube is worth at least $100 billion. But do you know what Google paid for YouTube? A mere $1.65 billion. An even better example is Android. Again, I think we can all agree that Android is worth at least $100 billion. But do you know what Google paid for Android? A disgusting $50 million. So with $100 billion, Google can either bet on 60 potential YouTubes, 2,000 potential Androids, or they can try to challenge AT&T and take over the broadband market. Even if Google Fiber grew to become the entire size of AT&T, that's only $135 billion. In other words, Google can either bet on creating 60 YouTubes, 2,000 Androids, or one AT&T. For obvious reasons, even a fool would not choose the AT&T option. And that's why Google created Fiber, knowing that it would likely never blow up. But that didn't matter. Google Fiber didn't need to blow up to be successful. It just needed to threaten the monopolies of ISPs, and that's exactly what it did. The ISPs fired back so hard that they've actually started to out-offer Google Fiber. Google only offers up to 2 gigabits per second, while AT&T offers up to 5 gigabits per second. Granted, it is quite expensive. The same thing can be said about Verizon, Xfinity, Spectrum, CenturyLink, Optimum, and basically any other ISP that you can think of. We should also mention that previously unthinkable breakthroughs have suddenly come about regarding cable internet. Somehow, the same cable providers are now able to provide speeds of up to 500 megabits per second for the same price. In the end, Google Fiber was never meant to become a household name when it comes to broadband internet. Even if Google was capable of accomplishing something like this, it simply wouldn't be worth the cost, effort, and time required to actually make that vision a reality. However, what Google could accomplish with relatively low effort was reignite the stagnant ISP industry. And looking at the results, it appears that Google Fiber was a bigger success than their wildest dreams. Did you realize what game Google was playing with Fiber? Comment that down below. Also, drop a like if you're glad that ISPs are finally doing something. And of course, consider checking out our Discord community to suggest future video ideas and consider subscribing to see more questions logically answered. But until then, I'm Hari, and I'll see you guys on the next one.
Everybody, and welcome to the patch 13.1b patch notes. This is one of the dumbest patches in all League of Legends history. I'm sure we're gonna look back on this patch in years and we'll say, can you guys believe how stupid this patch truly was? What is in this patch? We're gonna do it all in one take. We're gonna go through the whole thing. It won't even take long. Patch highlights: nerfs to Gangplank, Heimerdinger, Kassadin, Kindred, Lucian, Maokai, Nami, Ryze, Udyr, Yuumi. Buffs to Liliana, Orianna, and Zoe. We have system buffs to everything related to AD carries because the best class in the game just doesn't feel good to be the best class in the game, I guess. I don't know. Well, let's go through these. Gangplank is being nerfed because Riot has finally realized that when you buff a champion's core items, it's generally a good idea to apply a nerf to them when you buff their core items, or said champion will dominate the entire patch, which sucks for everyone that you have to ban them the whole patch because they're too stupid to understand That, like, you can't just buff all the core items for a champion. Anyway, on the Gangplank. So, Gangplank is getting his attack damage growth reduced and his powder keg damage on crit strikes reduced. Why? You'll see it later. They're basically buffing every crit item in the game. Why? I don't even know. They don't even really explain it. They're like, AD carries aren't weak, but we're buffing them. And I'm just sitting there like, what? So anyway, then we have Heimerdinger's getting nerfed because Heimerdinger's pretty OP right now. He's been overtaken in bans and picks by a lot of other OP champions, but like when this patch started, he was OP. I think he's still OP, obviously, but I think a lot of other OP stuff has kind of like overtaken him. I think he's still overpowered. I just don't like if it was right now, if you asked me right now, does Heimerdinger need to be nerfed? I'd be like, well, probably. Yeah, probably. So, yeah, he's getting nerfed. His turret health is getting nerfed. It got buffed a bit ago, particularly in the early game. His turret health is getting nerfed. Hopefully now, bruisers and other type of, those sorts of champions can kill his turrets in one hit. That should actually help a lot, because right now, what frequently happens for Heimerdinger is he runs up to you, puts down a turret, puts down a turret, puts down a turret, grenades at his feet, and you die as a bruiser. And that really sucks to play against. So hopefully if the turrets can die in one hit, that means that he can't just like go top lane and just instantly hard counter every single melee pick. He can't go support and just run up and put down 3 turrets next to people. He can't, in team fights in particular, he can't just, keep 3 turrets up shooting the whole time, even though he's a support. He tops damage charts, stuff like that. Honestly, it's a good change, but one thing I'd like to see, to be honest, is into the late game, I'd like to see melee champions continue to be able to kill his turrets a bit easier. Yeah. The AP ratio on his turrets is going up, so they're squishier early game, but they're tankier late game. Overall, though, that doesn't really matter. Late game, you can't really kill them until the fight is over anyway. Like, no melee champions chewing through 700 HP turrets, right? Like, you're not gonna kill through like 3 turrets, but at the very least, dropping their HP by, what is that, 45 at level 1? Yeah, like, if you walk up to a turret with the melee damage modifier, you should, I'm not 100%, but I'm pretty sure you should be able to kill them, and maybe like 1 ability and then an auto, maybe 2 autos. At the very least, this will hopefully allow you to deal with Heimerdinger's turret farms a bit easier. Okay. Hextech micro rockets are also having their damage reduced because literally anything happens, Riot's like, nerf micro rockets. Their AP ratio is being increased, so at 100 AP, it will do more damage, but in the early game, it's a nerf. So,
McKinsey was advising both the Fox and the Hen House and getting paid by both.
McKinsey also advises the U.S. government, including hundreds of millions of dollars worth of work for the Pentagon, according to an NBC News investigation.
Have you ever heard of a company called McKinsey & Co.? They're the oldest and largest of the big 3 management consulting firms, and they work with virtually every company you can think of. This includes everyone from American Express and AT&T to Citibank and General Motors. McKinsey also offers some of the best salaries for college graduates and offers them an exciting opportunity to travel the world and work with the largest companies. But behind the hood, McKinsey isn't all that it's hyped up to be. For one, their business is management consulting, which isn't all that effective or useful. If you're wondering why companies hired them despite that, check out our video on that. But being ineffective isn't the only critique of McKinsey. If anything, it's actually the smallest critique. The biggest red flag is that they've been involved in the biggest scandals of all time, from Enron and the 2008 financial crisis to the opioid epidemic and election scandals. And those are just to name a few. McKinsey has also played a role in most of the scandals and evil businesses that Jake Tran has covered, even including the ones about authoritarian regimes like Saudi Arabia and Russia. Ironically, it seems like they're much more effective at helping shady nefarious projects than they are when it comes to doing actual positive management consulting. But despite their large negative influence, they're rarely talked about on the news or social media. The fact that they're completely privately owned just makes them even more discreet and secretive. But McKinsey & Co. wasn't always so shady. Like most companies, McKinsey was established with good intentions, and for many decades, they had a relatively clean record. So here's the story of how McKinsey & Co. became the consultants that deserve hell. Taking a look back, the story of McKinsey dates all the way back to 1926 to a
The Summoner's Rift. "30 seconds until minions spawn." Minions have spawned.
That, the question of does chatter in a Slack translate to an enforcement is the really kind of key connect the dots piece that we need to see there. Not just that they're talking about it in the Slack, but does, Ms. Rowling or anybody else then in turn get a strike of some sort? And that I think is the piece where we need to have a little bit more dot connecting between here are some employees griping in a Slack channel. And again, it depends also on which Slack channel it is. Is it just some random employees having a conversation? There are a lot of these Slacks that are channels that are water cooler chat type stuff versus the enforcement team doing it.
But I think what's relevant is institutions are people. If 99.9% or whatever the percentages of Twitter employees are not just liberal, but are, pretty hardline leftist in their views, or at least the ones who are speaking publicly. I think Matt Taibbi pulled the donation. It shouldn't surprise us then that they are labeling things as mis or disinformation or hate speech or whatever label they want to put on it that are just normal, frankly, or heterodox or vaguely conservative. And I think I do think that is scandalous.
But Barry, who was it? Was it Meghan Murphy?
Yeah, when she said She said men are
Kicked
men
off
are.
Twitter for-
She said men aren't women though in 2018.
A lifetime
it got
ban for
permanently
that. So
banned
we
from Twitter.
knew just how insane it was.
She's back now though.
Yeah, along with many other people. Although not Kanye. That was a surprising ban. Can you really ban
Well,
swastikas? That seems strange.
That's also subjectivity in action, right? You're saying the same thing. That is also the subjectivity of who is in charge
Yeah.
making the determination.
Yeah.
I think, and
Totally.
so again, I think this is where, interestingly, you have seen the rise of alt platforms, right? We haven't talked about that at all, which is when you are moderated against in some way. And I am not saying this is right or wrong. I hope that people can distinguish between descriptive and normative here. When that happens, you do see a migration to Telegram, to Parler, to Truth Social, to Gab. There's an entire constellation of platforms that are designed to continue to give people platforms, you know, particularly who want to say certain things that a mainstream platform has decided are out of the bounds of polite conversation under its moderation frameworks. We can argue about whether platforms have the right to set those moderation frameworks, right? This is something where the more, you know, I would argue yes, and I would continue to argue that, by the way, even with the change in ownership, just to be clear, this is something where, you know, I believe that not every platform has to have some kind of government dictated standards of niceness or norms, and that in fact we have seen over the years a variety of different types of tolerance levels take shape. You can have nudity on Twitter, you can't have it on Facebook. There's a huge spectrum there. I think that's actually good, right? Because then audiences can choose where they want to go. So the question is, again, if you don't agree with the policy, users can of course complain about the policy. If you've been enforced against on the policy, there are other places to go. Is it egregious that Twitter has enforced against a policy that it has articulated? That's where I start to say, you know, okay, again, the question is, what do you want the policy to be?
But I'm kind of trying to step back and say, on the platform where the majority of journalists, politicians, and policymakers happen to be, it's not on TikTok, it's not on Facebook, it's not on Instagram, it's here. And we're concerned about living in a democracy where there is rampant actual mis and disinformation. Isn't it a very dangerous thing then to label things that are normal views that fall well within the 40-yard lines of acceptable political discourse, to say that they are outside of them, and in fact to label them as actually misinformation? Like that's what I think is important and relevant. I don't want to live in a world where someone who's critical of lockdowns, or someone who says, hey, wait a minute, like maybe it was a bad thing for schools to be closed for a few years, let's talk about it, is regarded as like a heretic. That's bad for the country. That's all I'm trying to say.
I agree. No, I completely agree, and I think that the platforms in the I feel like I'm like like the token platform excuser here. I'm really just trying to add context on like what happened and why over a period of time. There was an attempt to differentiate between expressing a point of view versus targeting an individual with a point of view, and that's where you start to see some of the hate speech language focuses very specifically on, does it target an individual, and enforcing on that differently, again theoretically, than simply expressing a point of view that is, you know, debating a particular ideology around gender or race or what have you. So there was that attempt to say the harm is caused when you target a person, leading a person to feel a certain way as opposed to express a general point of view. This is how the policy language was actually written. Again, the enforcement is the part where, when the rubber meets the road, you see either moderation, people who don't really necessarily understand cultural context or are politically biased in their own way, or are, you know, more inclined to take a hardline view on one position or another in line with their particular own feelings on the matter. That's where you see the differentiation between policy and enforcement come out in some pretty unfortunate ways. I want to just mention the misinformation thing though, because that policy is not the same as the misinformation policy. And this is where, again, per your point about normal people, I think unless you've been sitting there like the way we do, where we just go through every one of these policies, you know, my team has done work on elections. We've done work on COVID misinformation. In response, you know, we are regularly assailed with some sort of like evil censors and collusion with the government to silence the speech of millions, which is just absolute horseshit. But it is the, you know, again, the perception and reality are not the same thing here. The people don't know what they've been enforced on necessarily. Sometimes it shows up in your inbox and you maybe can kind of intuit what the offense was, but that's not made transparent to the public. And this again gets at that question of when somebody is enforced against, what is the violation, and putting it out there in a way that the public can see it as well. I think that you'll see people complain a little bit about when that change is made, you'll see some complaints around, well, this should have been private, you know, oh, well, that was a thing that, you know, do I necessarily want everyone to see this? But that's where I think, I do think overall it is beneficial for everyone, for the platform, the user, the broader public, to understand why an enforcement action took place and under what policy. Misinformation, and I've been saying this for several years now, and this has been something, as I've, you know, done this work for a long time, my own evolution on it is that misinformation had egregious scope creep as a term. And I think a lot of that was media coverage. I found it very frustrating. You know, again, I think Joe Bernstein in the Big Disinfo piece, there were some things where I was like, he's absolutely right. There were others where I was like, no, But what started to confront people and what became very clear to me during COVID, actually, during the work that we were doing on trying to understand COVID, was that we were looking at rumors, not at misinformation. And I know that this sounds like some niche academic thing, but I think it's actually important because rumors mean you have unofficial information circulating. This is just what people think about the world in an environment where the truth cannot be known. And so the policies that say this is true, this is false, just completely misinterpret what is actually happening in those moments. And so the question, again, getting back to like my kind of core thing that I'm going to harp on is, okay, so what should happen then, right? If the problem is a time differential between something going viral and us being able to know the truth, then do we let it rip? And again, with some of the COVID stuff, we're finding out information now, and there were pivotal moments in 2020, particularly pre-vaccine, where the question is like, should I be taking this particular drug or doing this particular thing? And you're not going to know the answer to that until some set of studies has been done. So you have this offset, and what winds up happening is it becomes very much a function of influence and trust, where if you trust the speaker, you're inclined to believe them and kind of follow on in their particular view of the world. Is that just where we are, right? Are we just in this universe where people who trust this group of people are going to do this thing, and people who trust that group of people are going to do that thing, and the kind of best case knowledge and facts are lost in that divide around the kind of incentive structures of the influence ecosystem being somebody saying, I know the truth, you have to listen to me, that other group is lying to, because that's where we've really gone. So even as misinformation is the wrong frame entirely, I think that this dynamic of rumors and trust and curation is the kind of the main overarching question that plagues us. Like, we're focused so much on the moderation piece at the end, not so much on how people are forming opinions and who they're trusting and what information they're getting in that moment. And that is, I think, actually the much more important question as we think going forward about how people collectively make sense of the world.
Yeah, let's close on the topic of COVID, because I think that sharpens up the problems we've been talking about. So we've been in the midst of a global public health emergency. Of what scope and scale is debatable, because people have very strongly differing opinions on this topic based on how our conversation has balkanized them, right, in the way that Renee just described. So there are people who think, who from the spring of 2020 onward, thought that COVID was a non-issue. It was, less of an issue than the ordinary flu, but the vaccines we were handed were terrifying and would kill millions of people. And then obviously there were people who were very worried about COVID and thought lockdowns and school closures and everything was justified, and took more or less the CDC's opinion all the way down the line. And then there are many people in the middle. And yeah, so the narrow case is, Twitter throttled the account of Jay Bhattacharya, who Barry just had on her podcast, or just interviewed on Zoom. And I agree that is a bizarre outcome. But you do a little digging and you see that it was not an accident that Jay was perceived as a fringe figure at that point. I don't know what point he was throttled on Twitter, but I think it was the end of March 2020, he wrote a Wall Street Journal piece with a co-author where he was frankly pretty skeptical about the coming death toll attributable to COVID. He had his reasons, but to my eye, his assumptions and certainly the slant of that piece has not aged well. I mean, he seemed to think that there was more or less equal probability that something like 20,000 people would die in the U.S. versus the far range of 2 million, right? Now, 2 million was a much better guess than 20,000, even at that point. I mean, it wasn't even close. And 20,000, is, however you run the numbers, 20,000 is off by an order of magnitude at least, or more like 50x. Whereas 2 million would just be twice too high. Again, people would debate the mortality that we suffered through COVID. All this is to say that Twitter and every other social media platform, I think, rightly viewed themselves as having a public responsibility to curate information somehow, because there was just a deluge of rumors and lies and hysteria that was clearly going to translate into an unwillingness to follow any precautions that were being recommended, and much less take vaccines when they became available. And if you believe the current numbers, again, half the people in the country won't believe anything said on this topic. Some hundreds of thousands of people probably died due to vaccine hesitancy, and that was a foreseeable outcome, provided that you believe the vaccines did anything at all that was useful for people. What we're suffering is a pervasive inability to even talk about facts or acknowledge facts in an environment where everything becomes do your own research. Barry, I guess I'll go to Barry first. Do you disagree that Twitter and the other social media platforms had some responsibility to try to bias things toward the best information available, insofar as they could figure out what that information was?
Of course, they, along with the government, has a responsibility to the public to try and save people's lives. I think it's anyone who's honest will say that these platforms shouldn't just let actual misinformation and lies rip, and that they should have some moderation policies. But I guess I want to go back, if I could step back for a second. When you're saying the reason Jay Bhattacharya was perceived as a fringe figure was because of a concerted effort on the part of people like Fauci and Francis Collins to make him and the other signers of the Great Barrington Declaration into a fringe figure. I was one of the people at the time who believed that they were fringe figures.
Well, no,
and who
no,
believed,
no.
Yes,
You're just mistaken. Well, let me just clarify what I actually am saying. When I read, I don't think I read it at the time, but I just read it. When I read his Wall Street Journal piece, I can look at the date it was published, and I know what I would have thought about it then. I mean, it was not plausible to think, given what was happening in Italy, especially at that point, that we might only suffer 20 or 40,000 deaths from COVID in the United States. That was just the bell curve of possibility he drew between 20,000 and 2 million possible. I mean, so, there are many people who will never listen to another word I speak on any topic ever again, because I had Nick Christakis on my podcast claiming that we would have 1 million people die from COVID in the U.S., which is, again, if you believe anything like what the CDC or any other mainstream institution is saying, is what we've had. So his estimate looks pretty good, and yet he was for school closures, he was for a lot of things that are now, don't look so good in hindsight, but he was motivated by an expectation that we were going to lose 1 million people. At precisely that moment, Jay was motivated, perceived by an expectation that we were probably going to lose far fewer than that. And so, to my eye, he was quite wrong to expect that at that point, because I know what it was like to talk to people who were skeptical that COVID even was a thing at the end of March, when Italy was crashing. And it looked crazy then, and it looks crazier now.
But we can debate who was right or wrong about the number of deaths, and then we can also debate who was right or wrong in the main about whether or not mass lockdowns were the right policy or not. And I think if you actually go and read the Great Barrington Declaration, in large part, that view of things has been totally vindicated. When you look at the follow-on effects of a lot of these policies, the idea that there should have been absolute protection and lockdown for vulnerable people, but the ability for things like children to go to schools, that seems really sensible now. Back in the height of that extremely heated up moment, I remember I was listening to you. I thought that was crazy. I really, really did. I thought that perspective was crazy. But now with the humility of the past more than 2 years, I can say, hey, wait. Let's go and revisit that. First of all, why did I think that was heretical and irresponsible? What new information has come out that has had me revisit my view? And what was sort of the broader context at the time that had me thinking people like Martin Kulldorff or Jay Bhattacharya, I think there's also a Dr. Gupta who wrote it, were, off their rockers. And I think that's in part why the Twitter story has been important, is trying to understand, the combination of people like Fauci and Collins, and people should go look at the FOIA emails that came out about the way that they actively tried to spin the Great Barrington Declaration as being fringe, as people that didn't have the proper credentials, and also looking at the way that places like Twitter frame that debate. The reason that, to me, this is important is that if you were someone that was basically told you were a grandma killer, and then it turns out your view of things was kind of vindicated, it's very easy to basically fall down the rabbit hole. And this is where I see kind of happening over and over and over again. Could be on COVID, could be on puberty blockers for kids, could be on a million sort of topics where people are told you're a conspiracy theorist for believing that. Then the thing turns out to be true. And in the meantime, that person has now moved 10 steps further into insanity. And they believe that not only not only is the truthful thing true, in other words, that vaccines don't stop the transmission of COVID, but they actually have moved on to believing that the vaccines are actually a scheme by Bill Gates to put a microchip in your brain because of the Great Reset. Yeah. To me, that is the heart, and I didn't articulate that quite properly. You guys know what I'm getting at. The reason that I think this conversation is so important is I think that it is extremely essential that we keep the parameters of healthy debate as wide as possible so that people don't go off into the Gabs and Parlors and Truth Socials and fall off into the deep end, which is what I think is happening more and more often as we see the Overton window being narrowed to a sliver, so that if you don't agree with these, a laundry list that grows by the day of what's politically acceptable, then all of a sudden you're like, well, maybe those are my people over there, and I don't want people going down that rabbit hole.
Renee?
I mean, you're getting at something that I think is
sorry if none of that makes sense.
No, it does. I was pregnant during 2020, right, when COVID first started. And I also had 2 other kids, and my kid was taken out of school, and the school shut down in San Francisco. And I was very happy about that in March of 2020. I'm not going to lie, because people were dying. We could see the visuals beginning to come out of China were horrific, and so the question became, what you're getting at really is this question of how do you know what to trust, and particularly as you're articulating something where you feel increased confidence in it, looking back in hindsight. And so one of the things that, just to here, I'll level set really quickly on why the policy was what it was, as I've done on all these issues, which was that in 2019, the platforms began to crack down on anti-vaccine misinformation. And what I mean when I say that is actually misinformation in the strict sense of the word, information that we know to be false. And this was primarily around the vaccines cause autism trope. And it was very specifically because of 2 measles outbreaks, one in Brooklyn and then one in American Samoa. And the one in American Samoa killed about 85 people. And the platforms were really struggling with the fact that anti-vaccine activists in Samoa were actively using the platform to undermine the vaccine drive to try to get MMR rates up in Samoa, which in fact had dropped because of a situation where some nurses had misadministered a vaccine, they'd mixed it with the wrong thing, a child had died, and then anti-vaccine activists had piled into that moment to try to undermine confidence in vaccination, eventually leading to this outbreak. So that again is where some of the backstory to where those policies came from was out of a desire to try to stamp out that kind of stuff that was leading to deaths, and of course congressional hearings and letters that were going by saying, why is your platform hurting kids, right? So that's the policy that then as COVID breaks, the policy was to try to boost the World Health Organization and the CDC. And I had very, very mixed feelings about this because candidly, I think the World Health Organization and the CDC produce garbage content that is never going to go viral, not really going to be read, and it's just sort of like, it misunderstands how institutions fail to communicate. Yeah, so again, all over the podcast. But as COVID was happening, it was really not the institutions who were covering themselves in glory and communicating the most up-to-date information at the time. In fact, they were largely reticent, and you had these other voices, particularly frontline doctors, who were coming out of nowhere to talk about what they were seeing. And what you start to see is Twitter assigning blue checks to those people to try to raise their credential on the platform, recognizing that everybody all of a sudden is looking for information and the institutions are not providing it. And so, I spent a whole lot of early 2020 writing the story of why institutions were so bad at communicating in this environment. I felt like the stakes for me as a pregnant person, which means a depressed immune system and reduced lung capacity, the stats were just abysmal. Women who were getting COVID were not having good outcomes. And I felt acutely like I didn't know where to get information from. And so that is but we're all sitting there on Twitter. That doesn't mean that if I pick somebody because they seem to be saying something that I like, that I've necessarily made a good choice there. And that I think is again, this tension of when you have such a proliferation of information, how do you decide what to trust in that moment? More importantly, what does a platform decide to amplify in that moment? Absent any good means of addressing or solving this, what they do very simply is they boost the institution, which has had theoretically a good track record over time. Does that mean it will continue to? No, it does not. But it is in terms of what they did. That was the thinking behind it. So again, I think what became known as a quote-unquote reopener mom because I was the person filing FOIAs for my kids' school district saying, why the hell are we a year and a half in with no plan for anything? So I get it. I really, really do. But when I get to what is the appropriate way to frame that debate? How do you hear from both sides, if you will, or divergent perspectives in a way where we have a memory of those conversations after the fact that really collapses? What you think about what you see on Twitter, or Facebook for that matter, 30 minutes later, the entire conversation's changed. We're on to the next controversy, we're on to the next, drama. And you don't see anybody being held to account. We talk a lot about, media has to reckon with its communication in this regard or that regard. You don't see that same, degree of scrutiny applied to the past communication of influencers very often. And that's where I do feel like our ability to think about who performed well is entirely a function of after the fact analysis, and what we're confronted by is a very fast information environment in which somebody has to make a decision, or some algorithm has to make a decision about what to boost in that moment. And that is in some ways like the central tension and the central problem that's going to face us for every one of these issues going forward. How do you decide in that moment what a reliable source actually looks like?
Michael, jump in here.
Yeah, Sam, I guess my one question is, I'm not sure I'm understanding what your point is about the Jay Bhattacharya predicting 20,000, only predicting 20,000 deaths. What was the point you wanted to make about that?
Well, at the point he wrote that article, it was, at least in my mind, absolutely obvious that we were going to have hundreds of thousands of deaths if you just scale what was happening elsewhere, Italy most importantly at that point. It's just like it would have been a miracle to only have 20,000 deaths over the course of this pandemic in the United States, given how it was exploding. Now, I would completely agree with Jay that there's a lot we didn't know, and there are lots of studies yet to be done, and we couldn't really estimate the fatality rate at that point because we just didn't know how many people were infected. But again, there was a range of expectations, and when pretty much that week, I think, when Nicholas Christakis got on my podcast and said, I think we're probably going to have 1 million dead, over the course of the next year or two. That's not verbatim, but that was the gist of what he said. It was not crazy for him to say that at that point, given what we were seeing. He wasn't pretending to be Nostradamus. He was actually extrapolating from facts on the ground. And Jay was taking a very different line, but obviously he's a serious epidemiologist, if not an outlier on that particular question at that point. And to treat him like a kook, looks ridiculous. And to Barry's point, the specific policies that we implemented in response to those expectations, many of those haven't aged well. I mean, I would totally agree that the school closure piece looks, fairly masochistic in hindsight. But the problem I'm seeing now is that many people seem to have been right about certain things for the wrong reasons, and we're drawing the wrong lessons from that. So, I mean, if it turns out, here's an example that I don't think will come to pass, but here's a hypothetical. If it turns out that ivermectin really is a panacea with respect to COVID, Brett Weinstein was still wrong to have thought it was a year and a half ago, to have asserted confidently that it was a year and a half ago, because there was no good reason to believe that a year and a half ago. And there was no good reason to believe that the vaccines were going to kill millions of people 6 months ago or a year ago.
I guess I'm trying to understand what the implications of that are. In other words, are you making, is this, other than sort of, thinking Jay and Brett were wrong, are you suggesting there's an implication of that for social media policy or how we think about these things?
I'm just saying, I don't know what Twitter's decision-making process is like on these specific points, but if you think that they have a responsibility to try to signal boost what's considered valid mainstream information about how dangerous this epidemic is and what we should do in response to it, and to dial down misinformation or erroneous information or disinformation or some species of falsehood, and I think we do think that. Otherwise, it just becomes a funhouse of lies.
Yeah, but Sam, what about the case I gave, where Facebook is dialing down accurate information about the vaccine because they view it as an obstacle to overcoming vaccine hesitancy?
I think those kinds of noble lies are almost always. I mean, I can't think of a case where they've proved to be a good idea. Right? They're so corrosive of trust that it's just, for understandable reasons, I think it's an awful intuition. It's an understandable one as you continue to raise the stakes. And I mean, there's two variables that explain this. There's the stakes, just how many people you think are going to die in this case. And then there's just how crazy the population is. And so how much you have to treat people like children, right? And in the presence of Trumpistan, certainly within Trumpistan and anywhere near its borders, you have tens of millions of children who are, QAnon is insane, right? And everything leaking out of that part of our society is insane. You've got Jewish space lasers. You've got people who can't be talked to as rational actors. So then the question is, how do you navigate around that when it's an emergency? Now, again, COVID was much less of an emergency than it might have been, and that's great. That's a good thing. I remain worried about what we're going to do in the face of a much worse emergency. We've had a dress rehearsal for something, and there's one pratfall after the next. And I agree with many of the people who are deeply skeptical and critical of our institution's responses to COVID, I think are right to. I think it was awful to see how we responded. And the noble lies were a symptom of panic.
Yeah, and just to be fair to Jay, and to provide a little correction, because I was a little surprised to hear that he estimated 20,000. I just looked at his Wall Street Journal article. That's not really what he says.
It's not that he estimated 20,000. He put a range, right? But if you read the article, the slant of that article was, and at one point later, toward the end of the article, it's very clear that they think this is overblown, right? They don't think it's at all likely we're going to have 1 million people dead. I mean, if you priced in the fact that we had 1 million people dead, if you thought that Jay believed that we were very likely going to have 1 million people die from COVID, you don't write an article like that.
No, I hear what you're saying, although I think I'm also pointing to, you kind of get to this thing where you go, yeah, you should not suppress accurate information. We're all against that. We also think that people, that the process of discourse is that we might be wrong. And so there's epistemic humility that's in patients. I mean, look, we have excess deaths in 2022 in Britain were the highest in 50 years, outside of the pandemic. They don't know what's going on. There's real questions about it. If you go read the BBC on it, they say, we don't think it's from the vaccine, but it's also appears to be disproportionately affecting people's hearts, and so you kind of get this, you get some reasonable debates, and when you start to get into a thing of well, everybody has to do the vaccine, everybody has to do the vaccine because it's overarching reasoning, you start to lose sight of, I think, the high levels of uncertainty. So yeah, it's 1 million. Right now, it's a million death toll from COVID. How do you factor in the fact that a significant number of those people would have died within 6 to 12 months from non-COVID causes, right? We don't. That's not This is not something. This is not like a you know, like a 1 or a 0. This is not a black or white issue. You know, you're dealing with, you know, some conflict. The ethics and the facts are all mixed up together. And so, you know, again, I would keep coming back to transparency, because I kind of go, if the platforms are going to basically engage in that kind of activity, they need to say what it is. If you're going to have Section 230, you need to have an obligation to be transparent about those content moderation decisions. And there needs to be some place where people can make appeals and argue with Facebook and argue with Twitter. I also wanted to just make a comment about, I think it's very fascinating conversation between Barry and Renee about this issue of, well, some people can go to Truth Social, or some people can go to this or that platform. I mean, I find myself, on the one hand, after this whole experience, feeling, you know, kind of sad that you're off Twitter. My friend Claire Lehman is off Twitter. I have conservative friends who have left Twitter for totally different reasons, or opposite reasons, or the same reasons. And I think I'm sort of grieving the loss of the original dream here, which was a single town square where you really were actually able to have proper debate. And so on the one hand, I'm totally distressed that that's gone, and it makes me sad. And I kind of go, boy, in my darker moments, I'm like, God, we're just such a shitty species that, like, literally, like, for 10 minutes, we had this, like, a grand experiment that lasted 10 years where everybody was on the same platform, and we couldn't do it. Like, we couldn't stand it. We just couldn't stand being around each other. We're too narcissistic. We're too blinded, you know, by our own, you know, arrogance and certainty, and we're just not able to do it. And that bums me out, you know, on the one hand. On the other hand, I kind of go, you know, let 1,000 platforms bloom. You know, maybe Tumblr will do what its owner says he was considering doing, which is creating a bit of a rival to Twitter and having something like that. But we may not be able to do it, you know, and yeah. I think that's maybe a new reality. I mean, I've been enjoying Substack. I've been enjoying just being, you know, writing long form and giving away some of it and using email and websites again. But I do kind of go, boy, is it really that impossible to set this up? If you had transparency, couldn't you actually allow these things to occur? So I know that this was our sort of final, you know, wrap up remarks, but, you know, I do want to hold out a candle to the possibility of us all being on the same platform and being able to argue, and there being some way to resolve some of the conflicts like the one that I'm in with Facebook. Because, I mean, Facebook's response, as, you know, Renee and I were discussing, their response was just to not feed news to people anymore. I mean, if you saw this Wall Street Journal piece, it was like, and Renee took me off on it too, full credit to Renee on this, you know, it was like Mark Zuckerberg just kind of throws up his hands and just goes, I can't deal with it. Like, it's just going to be, you know, wedding photos and baby photos, and that's it. But I think it's like, I look at Facebook's, you know, plummeting value and kind of go, it's, you know, it also, you know, abandoning the stream. I just think it makes it a much, you know, poorer, you know, thinner, weaker platform than what it was.
Yeah. Well, I share your despair, but I can tell you, when you yank the cord on social media, life does get better. And I don't live with that despair on a day-to-day basis anymore. I mean, I think, I don't know what the solution is for social media. Ironically, I think it's probably much more aggressive curation. Once you prove you're a Pizzagate guy, I think I don't want to talk to you anymore. And I want a platform where I don't have to see your troll army in my face every time I attempt to have a conversation. Do we need to talk to Alex Jones? I don't.
No,
right?
No.
But one thing I just want to pick up on from what Sam was saying before is, I don't know, maybe I'm a naive or just too much of an optimist, but I don't think the lesson of the past few years is that people need to be treated pedantically or like children. I think the lesson of the past few years is you got to treat people like adults and give them information like adults and news like adults. And when you try and simplify it and propagandize, people are going to see through it, and they're going to go and do their quote own research. And it's going to lead to a place of just unbelievably diminished trust. To me, that's one of the big takeaways of the past few years, whether you're talking about legacy media institutions or universities or sense-making institutions of American life. I think most people are not Pizzagate, QAnon caricatures. I think most people can make informed decisions given sophisticated information. I think one of the reasons that there has been diminished trust in our public health organizations is because it was very clear that we weren't being given all of the facts.
Treating them as adults isn't the same thing as giving them the tools to asymmetrically boost misleading information, right? So, and that's what our status quo has been. You know, it's just we've given them a fire hose of nonsense to aim anywhere they please, and now we're dealing with the aftermath of that. And I just simply disagree that, you know, do your own research in the best of times is just an invitation to waste your time, right? And to come up with bad information. It's like, You know, I have a PhD in neuroscience, and I am not even the right guy to get into the weeds of epidemiology and immunology and virology and all the things you should get into the weeds of to assess the safety of the mRNA vaccines. I mean, the problem has been COVID has been a moving target all this time. And what was rational to think 2 years ago may be less rational now and vice versa. And we needed institutions that we could trust, that not only seemed trustworthy, but were in fact trustworthy, with all of their experts lined up in a row, having the hard conversations hour by hour to deliver us good information, unbesmirched by bad incentives. There are obviously bad incentives, and it should make everyone uncomfortable that we've got a pharmaceutical industry that has windfall profits at moments like this, and we can't figure out whether we can trust their take on the safety of medication. I get all of that, but the idea that Jack and Jill over there, without any relevant training, they're going to do their own research and get to the bottom of it just by listening to Brett Weinstein's podcast is
no, of course not. I'm
just
talking
delusion.
about what's going to prevent. I'm talking about what's going to prevent people from going down the Majid Nawaz route.
Right. Well,
this is always. Yeah. This is the question that's been, I think, for people who look at, you know, mis and disinformation research, for lack of a better term right now, there's always been that trade-off where what you're saying is if you do stifle a particular point of view and it moves to an alt platform, then what you see is the audience that follows tends to be the more extreme audience, which then just gets more entrenched and continues to stay in that space, sees even less and less of what we might call, I don't know if mainstream is the word, but just a broader spectrum of types of content as opposed to when you really kind of go down a rabbit hole. So there's that trade-off. The other piece of it that you know, the sort of flip side of that is, does exposure to it move what we might call questioning or normie audiences in a particular direction? There's not a lot of good research on that. And this is because we actually can't see a lot on this question of like unaccountable private power. We can't see very much of that. We can't see what do, you know, at a systemic level, what do people do next after engaging with this particular piece of content, this audience, this thought, this influencer, whatever. There's so little understanding of how influence actually works on social media, but, you know, that's kind of a broader problem. And this is where this, you know, this attempt to strike a balance or come to some trade-off just leaves everybody generally dissatisfied with where we are. In prior media environments, when we had a higher degree of trust in government, what's really interesting is that you did see the government playing the role of trying to explain to the public what was happening. And so now we're in this really terrible place where nobody trusts, you know, half the population doesn't trust the government at any given point in time. People don't trust the platforms. Platforms didn't want to be the arbiter of truth, but nobody trusts the government or the media to be the arbiter of truth. So you just wind up in this environment where there's nobody responsible. There's nobody that a sufficient number of people are going to trust. And so we get down to questions like, you know, are there ways to use design to surface the entirety of a debate, right? On Twitter, you see some very small silo of something. Whereas if you go to Wikipedia, you can read a much longer, richer discussion of it. You can click in, you can see the edit history, you can see the fights in the edit history. Like there's something there that's just a richer way of presenting the information. And you can actually see over time who has turned out to be more right or incorrect. And I think that there's just we're expecting these public squares to be the kind of be all and end all of sense making. And they're just not cut out for that. They are just not designed for it. And so there's a kind of unrealistic expectation component to this as well.
Well, on both sides. I mean, it's, you know, on all parties, right? It goes both ways, where it's not just that, you know, again, I keep coming to transparency as the solution to it, but it's like, it's so problematic where it's like, it's not just that, I mean, because sometimes I hear you guys and it sounds a little bit like, well, you know, we can kind of go figure out that this person has been spreading more misinformation. But a lot of the times it's kind of like, you know, Jay Bhattacharya, when he wrote that Wall Street Journal op-ed, he wasn't trying to spread disinformation.
Oh, of course not.
And in fact, you know, or like you even kind of go, you're like, well, I'm not an epidemiologist. Well, you're not an epidemiologist, but that's, you don't, the question of whether or not to return kids to school is not an epidemiological question, right? It's not a question. It's actually whether or not.
In part.
It's in part, I mean,
if in fact they are super spreaders, then it's an epidemiological question.
Yeah, it's informed by it. I mean, it's a little bit like climate science informs climate policy, but there's, you know, you're dealing with trade-offs, like all these things in the real world. And so when you get to a decision that's been made by Facebook, where it says we've decided, we've assessed all the trade-offs, and we're gonna promote vaccines, then what is the mechanism by which Facebook then has to then deal with the fact of like, well, maybe kids under 5, you know, maybe shouldn't get it, or maybe boys, you know, adolescent boys shouldn't get it. Yeah. It's in a difficult position. I think transparency, again, opens that up, where I think the transparency has an impact on the censors within, or I mean, the content moderators. I know Renee thinks it sounds like pejorative, but you know, on the content moderators themselves, knowing that they have to justify that guy that wrote that Facebook executive who was explaining to the White House that Facebook was doing everything it could to promote vaccines, he can then be held accountable publicly for it. You know, and so it's not just that It's not good actors, bad actors. It's not just kind of deliberate, intentional. It's also like what we knew then, what we know now, and having some sort of, visibility into that inside these powerful platforms. For me, I feel passionate about the transparency thing because I do think it potentially gets us closer to having more, if not a single town square, more town squares. I think all of us would agree in the abstract that we would like to be confronted with disconfirmatory information that challenges our beliefs. I think people in the abstract believe that.
Yeah.
We also know that it's dopamine depleting to be wrong, that it is a bummer to be wrong, to be disproved about something. My wife just did it to me last night. I didn't like it. I didn't like it at all. And in fact, and you try, but it took a while for me to kind of go, yeah, okay. And so I like the design conversation. I think that helps. I think the transparency helps, but I think like what we saw here, I think we're at the end of an era. I think Elon shows the end of an era. I think what we see with the Twitter files, was people, definitely trying to deal with a bad situation. I think we also saw actors behaving badly, abusing their power. I kept coming out of San Francisco offices and looking at what FBI was doing, looking at what Facebook, I just kept coming abuse of power. That these powers were being abused when the powers were being held, and the wisdom of the founding fathers, where it's competing powers because you don't trust anybody, and that system doesn't exist to this day, and we need it.
All right. Well, I know we're far past Barry's hard out. I'm going to use it as an excuse to give us all a hard out because I want Barry to go and get famous. She's going on real time, and
I'm not going to get the makeup that is required of me.
Not that she needs the makeup, but she needs to be there on time. Barry, Michael, Renee, thank you so much for your time. I think this was a very valuable conversation, and just the beginning of it. The problem is not going away. So thank you for being here.
Thanks so much.
Thanks for setting up, Sam.
Thanks for having me.
Welcome to the Essential Sam Harris. This is Making Sense of Encounters with Violence. The goal of this series is to organize, compile, and juxtapose conversations hosted by Sam Harris into specific areas of interest. This is an ongoing effort to construct a coherent overview of Sam's perspectives and arguments, the various explorations and approaches to the topic, the relevant agreements and disagreements, and the pushbacks and evolving thoughts which his guests have advanced. The purpose of these compilations is not to provide a complete picture of any issue, but to entice you to go deeper into these subjects. Along the way, we'll point you to
very much. So I liked what she had mentioned about the scallops. I thought that sounded really good. You know, I'm a big seafood fan, so I think I'm going to do that.
Let me order for you. I'll surprise you. I know what you want.
I hate surprises. You know this place better than me, so.
Yes, I do.
So what are you getting?
I'm getting the ribeye with the mashed potatoes.
So what are you going to order for me then?
The ribeye with the mashed potatoes.
Oh, okay. Really nice.
You don't want to.
You don't like red wine? Not good here or something?
Well, you don't want to add on any calories to it.
No, but I mean we're on a nice little date, so I think I can ignore it for now.
I'll order you a drink that'll suit what you're looking for.
What the hell am I looking for?
Something with less calories.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, wine does have a lot of sugar. Oh,
I tend to know what women like.
yeah, that's good. That's good. 'Cause not many guys do.
Well, I'm definitely a cut above the rest.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna go with.
She's actually going to have what I'm going to have.
What's that?
I'm going to have the.
Either one of you like to add soup or salad tonight? Yeah, I was gonna do the soup. Is that okay?
Oh my god. I can't even fucking talk. Okay, I can't even order it. He thinks he's being so nice.
Updates
Well, if you don't mind, I'm going to take care of my bill because.
I do mind. I will go ahead and take care of it.
No. Listen, I've had an experience like this in the past, and I do not want to repeat. So I will definitely.
Well, that's not me. I will not embarrass me.
It's not an embarrassment. Like I can also just cash out
No,
you.
it is. It's very much an embarrassment.
Okay. Don't worry about it. Just not make a scene. I forgot you like to open the door. Thank you. That's really nice of you. All right, I'm just gonna run into the car. If that's okay.
No.
Oh my God. Okay. I could have gotten in there a lot faster if I just ran.
Gentleman has to get the door.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
Your turret has been destroyed.
He says that.
PayPal value. How much is the value of PayPal as a
100 billion.
company? 100 billion?
Yeah.
Coin market cap. So the entire value of how useful cryptocurrency is should be a little less than the value of PayPal, and it's 11 times that. So
Well, there's some hope that there's some other things it could do.
yeah, I'm not sure that it can do anything else, but
Let's come to Denver, Quest.
Just come to Denver, you'll be super crypto pilled.
I'm not coming to Denver, man. I'm gonna be so fucking bored talking to a bunch of crypt idiots all the time. What the hell?
We can go to bars, we can have lunch, we can
I don't
do whatever you
drink.
want.
I can't have lunch anywhere.
Oh wait,
Yes, you can. You can find a gluten-free restaurant.
I don't trust that. I don't trust a lot of gluten-free restaurant options. You know, 30%. 30% of restaurant items that say gluten-free have gluten in them. 30%.
Oh, yeah, don't
so
trust that.
risky. I'll get fucking
There's a
multiple
website, though.
sclerosis. I'll get diabetes. Like,
There's like a
Oh.
select website though called.
actually, you
like,
know what my most used ones are? Control Shift T. Windows L. That one's pretty good. Windows M is pretty good too.
Yeah, find me
Control Shift
gluten-free.
T is to DM someone?
No, Control Shift T restores your last closed browser tab.
Oh, that's
If you
nice.
close a tab on accident, you can just Control Shift T.
Everyone wants you to Alt F4 Quest. Everyone wants you to Alt F4 because they fucking hate you.
Minions have spawned.
Damn.
Fucking hate you.
Unfortunate.
All my big fans. They
Oh,
fucking
mine's
hate you.
true.
Why? I don't know. Something to do with Canada.
Windows E is pretty good. I use a Chinese file explorer. Though. I use a file explorer. I use Clover.
Yeah, let's do it.
It's like regular file explorer, but like it's made by some Chinese guy and it has like tabs and stuff. It's so much better.
You should not stream in the Discord because it says like share your screen. If you don't stream in Discord, it says like that your stream.
Oh my lord. Always.
Wait, why did
Do it.
maybe
Is
it's
there
your
anything else? I can't think of
Someone probably has a story.
Oh no.
guy in your chat talking about the tunnel story. What is the tunnel?
Deleting System 32 opens up new commands to use.
Fuck.
That's what they want you to do. That's what they want you to do, bro.
Genius.
Some of my bigger fans, they. I can't believe my girl fucking talked about, getting with you or something. Really upset.
I can believe that. Stuff like that happens to me a lot. I'm really sorry that that's just part of the price of being friends with me is that a lot of the women are gonna just secretly want me.
Oh my god.
That's my girl.
Screw all of you. Everyone at my table right now that hold it, screw you.
That's my girl, dog.
I know. I would never do anything, but that's just one of the prices in front of you. Your ladies are all gonna desire me secretly, or in this case, not secretly, I guess.
She told me.
Yeah, not very secretly.
What the hell?
Quest is like nailed to a job. Now, soon I'm gonna have the Riz. Martin's gonna pay for a surgery to make my voice normal. And then what? And then you guys will have fucking nothing.
We'll just have the communist
I'm not a communist.
Oh my god, my ulti was so bad.
You might throw this game with all the alt tabbing.
An enemy has been slain.
People are getting real in the chat. Like Apollo, for some reason I just don't trust Quest. Like, I'm serious.
An ally has been slain.
It's like it goes from joking to like, wait.
Apollo just doesn't trust me because his religious ideology causes him to disagree vehemently with many of my viewpoints. He believes that incest is wrong.
Well, he's not a Muslim for sure.
Yeah, agnostic. Okay. No, I mean
it's a new thing.
It's a real thing. Agnostic is like this idea that it's meaningless to like ponder the existence of God.
think that's agnostic.
You're like willfully
Yeah, that's
ignorant.
called agnostic. It's a real thing.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, this new
like-
Yumi.
Advanced atheism.
An ally has been slain.
It's like atheism isn't cool anymore.
This guy is like offering to pay you for an interview for a project for a business class? What fucking business class do you need to interview a random guy? What kind of business class project is that? You want to interview me? You can interview me, Baseland. You want to interview me? I'm some random guy. I've done business. Would you like to do some business with me, Spaceland? You won't even have to pay me. I'll do it for free. He is special. If you're calling Martin special, you're not watching the same gameplay that I'm watching. Maybe this guy in the chat's insulting you when he calls you special. Oh, now you're a Taoist, Apollo? You were an agnostic, now you're a Taoist? And yet, you still cannot tell me all of this philosophy words coming out your mouth. You still can't tell me that's wrong.
He's gonna come annihilate you in a minute.
I hope he does come annihilate me. He can't give me a reason why it's wrong, so... Damn, this guy in the chat's telling him to go to church. I'm just waiting for anyone in this server to tell me why this is wrong. The secret topic that everybody knows.
Why did I just lose all that from share?
Yep.
Both too fair. Oh fuck.
No. I respectfully decline, Apollo. That seems like a good thing.
Ooh, not me, you.
Yeah, well, he told me to go fuck my sibling. That's kind of weird, Apollo. That's really weird.
He said, no, you.
I probably go to church more frequently than everyone in the VC right now. Bible study is dope. I love talking about Jesus. You think you're like left in the flames? I am good at instigating problems more than solving them. What does that mean? What problems do I instigate? Uh-oh. Like, what is that? I've never instigated a problem. Generic brand version of ick? That is insulting to both me and ick. That's fucked up. That's like really fucked up.
Playing like bank level fucking right now.
Who is the girl? What do you mean, who is the girl? That's him. Oh, that's that one. Any of you can come to
I will post it.
discord.gg/Martin.
YouTube doesn't make it clickable unless you add the HTTPS.
Martin is one of the people of all time, yeah.
An ally
How
has
did I
been
raise
slain.
your blood pressure, Apollo? I didn't even say anything. Speaking of instigating, though. Was anybody here last night
An ally has been
when
slain.
somebody, I'm not going to say who, said something, I'm not going to say what, awful to me?
Rampage.
Asante was here. Asante knows what I'm talking about.
I was here.
Duncan was here. Duncan knows what I'm talking about. It is, Duncan, was what was said worse than what Dink said to me?
I think it was more offensive towards Martin than it was you, to be honest.
Whoa.
Honestly, in a way, it might have been. I think that it was
I
somebody
think
said
someone-
something.
I think someone
said
showed the
something-
true colors last night when Martin wasn't here.
Whoa.
I
Someone
think
said
that's a
something-
common. I think that's a
someone
common trend of this.
Jesus
person.
Christ, Duncan, shut
I
up.
think it's a common
Who
trend.
said
Shut up.
time to sell? What?
Okay, last night, let me give the full context. This drunk guy came in the server, and he's playing poker with us. He was fucking, like, totally wasted. He wasn't being, like, offensive or anything, but he was, like, obnoxious because he was, like, super drunk and, like, slurring his words. But, like, it wasn't that bad. And Duncan and Sarah were trying to have some, like, weird, drama, weirdo Duncan conversation where they're, like, talking out loud, or, like, trying to exchange secrets. And this guy was like drunkenly interrupting them. And so Sarah server muted him. And I was like, why don't you guys just like locally mute him like everyone else has in the channel who doesn't like him? Like, but Sarah got really, really mad that I unserver muted him and regular muted him. And she started saying things like, well, you know, Martin doesn't want these, like, you know, crazy people in the server. Although he's just, like, really drunk, you know. Like, I don't think it's that bad, but... And she was getting, like, really mad. And she started...
Turret plating will soon fall.
I still remember the day I first heard about Gatsby. I've been doing a bunch of React work, wanted to fix up my blog, and man, I just did not feel like spinning up an HTML project. I tried, I hated it, I wanted all my fancy JavaScript and TypeScript tools, and I had a bunch of data from an old WordPress site I wanted to move over. Man, did Gatsby solve that problem? I was so impressed with how Gatsby took my mess of React knowledge and history with WordPress and let me combine them into a decently functional static site. It was the first time I'd really experienced all of my knowledge colliding in one place in such a cool way. It was also one of the first times I had seen React used well for static site generation, where an HTML file existed that represented what React was. It was so cool having a site that made correct HTML, used all these different sources, and let me code in React. Sadly, the I don't know how to put it other than next one. Gatsby was pursuing so many different things at once that it was almost destined to fail. The results speak for themselves. Let's just blip for Gatsby. Probably some point last year, somebody was going through different projects and like forcing them all to install a bunch of stuff. There's also a Svelte one that's similar. Don't read too much into those spikes. There's somebody with a lot of fun trolling right now. Svelte wasn't actually installed 28 million times in a week. The reason I bring all this up is because something happened to Gatsby. They got acquired. But why? Why would someone acquire Gatsby? And why would I say it's a good choice? Because I think the Gatsby acquisition was a great move for Netlify. The Netlify acquisition of Gatsby.
Alrighty guys, what's up? Welcome to another video. We're on the PBE playing the new Aurelion Soul Rebirth. He's got all new abilities on the passive, and they all look so freaking cool. His new kit is so cool, I love it. And yeah, let's go over the abilities. He's got a new passive called Cosmic Creator, where basically when he damages enemies with abilities, he collects Stardust, which improves his abilities, and you can pause here and see the improvements to the abilities if you'd like. His Q fires a Breath of Starfire for 3.25 seconds and deals damage per second. And per level, it like scales up and can like go through, like, pierce through minions. It gets blocked. But yeah, Aurelion Sol loves front-to-back fights with his new Q. His DPS is crazy. He's basically a high skill cap. Scaling DPS mage now, which I love. That is my playstyle. I'm in a zero main. I love Cassiopeia and champs like that. Our W is the old E, where we fly in a direction, but we get to cast our Q during this. We cancel our Q with a Z. Yeah, we also get a damage bonus while we are flying, and we can cast our Q and E, and their E and our ult. Yeah, the E is basically spawns a circle that slows and like pulls in enemies in the center, and it also executes them when they're below like 5% HP in the early game. Put a point in that. Second, we got Q and E and W, and the ult spawns like it throws a giant star at them, which like knocks them up, and it like scales with Stardust into a global ultimate. There's even like a really funny Easter egg that goes along with it. He can, instead of a giant star, he can throw in a Storm Dragon Lee Sin. If you pay attention, you may be able to see that this game will see that. Yeah, we just want to scale up. We got First Strike, Magical Footwear, Minion DMAT to help with the farming. Here's your Q on me. He'll get pulled in right there. There's the jungler. Yeah, we got Minion DMAT, called him Insight, also taking down the Storm. He's got pretty decent AP scaling. His Q has 60%.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Oh, I'm kind of reaping it. Ah! My bad, my bad, my bad. I thought I could finish him off there. The greed got to me. The greed got to me. I'm sorry. Alright, you know what? We're gonna fight here now. Oh. Nice. Okay. Anyways, for me, I just think that even if you have a bad early game on this champion, you can never tilt because you scale so strong. You pretty much has like infinite scale. The result can be like the size of the entire map, and like once it like scales up with Stardust, it basically sends out a shockwave that hits everyone on the map. Yeah, the combo is RE and then Q. Your ult will set up your crowd control. Ah. None of the Q slowness with him, obviously. His early game is pretty weak. I believe he starts scaling once he gets like Lost Chapter, level 9. And then I think we're gonna go Crown this game. Since they have a Kha'Zix and Kassadin and Silas who will jump into me, I think Crown would be the best pick for this game. And we'll do Seraphs, etc. Oh my god. We live with like no HP. Thank goodness, man. Got a nice little CS seed now. Okay, not help in this fight because I have 100 HP. Oh, he wins those. Yeah, Lee Sin just got a buff on the PvE. His Q does like 10% more damage. Scales 10% more AD. And his E scales harder, which is pretty cool. Alrighty, now we want to go for the Lost Chapter. We're gonna need that crown so we can just sit there and DPS with the crown shield while they try to all-in me. They will lose the all-in if we have that shield. And look at extra shield from Seraphs. Yeah, you need... The champion's really mana hungry. His food costs more mana every time you level up to 65 mana per second. So that's why you should go mana mythic and then probably Seraphs. 1,000 meaning mana problems. Since Minion could like 60% of the yeah, whenever you have a giant wave pushing into you like this, it is best to just sit back, not take any bad trades, and farm under your tower. I'm gonna like try to pull the wave here like this. Okay, this is a animal size. Yo. Wait a second. Yeah, let's go see if we can punch the boss going over and save a W. Oh wait, what? Oh, the Silas was there. I didn't even know the Silas was there, man. That's what I was expecting. We got an assistant, that's good. We got the lost chapter now. Guys, we're slowly becoming a champion. We're slowly becoming a champion. If I post this, that means I scaled up in 1v9 the game. Oh, that doesn't look like a good fight. Kate's playing around her traps so well. Kate now he's really going, but Kate has the... I think killing in is still dangerous. I'm dangerous here now though. I'm not ult. Oh, he's out of energy. Ooh, nice ult. Yeah, I played this Silas matchup twice now on PvE, and it's pretty hard early, but once we get like one item, we start to win this matchup. Nice, that was a good slow. That got me some first try gold. Yeah, I can just blast him with my Q whenever his E is down. Cooldown on the Q is extremely short. Let's give him a hard time here. Okay, see, we're scaling, boys, we're scaling. That's some ridiculous damage. Now what we want to do now that we chunked him is freeze the wave. Got the ult coming back in 30. I want to kills too. I'm gonna go in here. That's good. Oh, are you kidding me? Dude, oh my gosh, like... Can I just 1v1 the mid laner, man? Just like, It's a jungler's game, man. League of Legends Season 13, it's a jungler's game, baby. Side though. Team is holding down the early game, and I'm gonna head for a bot lane game. W through the wall here. Use the E. CR. Got the kill in the game already. We're sticking with it.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Shove attempt too. I want the blue, but I don't know, man. The wave is right here. Yana was ganking. I needed a pink from her. I didn't know she was going in. What the hell are we doing, boys? Our Ashe is really low, so maybe a fight here would be bad. several challenges. I think he didn't really go up to that Alright, we got 52 Stardust. And our ult is scaling too. 33 out of 75.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Alrighty, yeah, we should go crown this game for sure. Stand still and lock them with our breath. Ball's gonna alright, let's see, can we get the insect? He's still going. If Kha'Zix walks into us here when we have Leona, I think we kind of just one-shot him. Oh, he's going in. That's unfortunate. Let's head top and try to punch Cassian and leave. I mean, Cassian's a good way to get to this when he dashes. Okay. Oh, I got cancelled. Yeah, if I decide to get that, pop the barrier. Nice! Blasted her. That's freaking hard. Oh crap. Damn. Diona couldn't save me. Alrighty, well. Ooh, he hit the Silas. Diona needs to get out of the way though. Okay, nice. Alrighty. Let's get the candle gem here. Does that spell out a large rod? I think it does. I don't want to sell anything though. I could sell my Zorn's ring. Yeah, I guess, I mean, honestly, that's worth. I get way more damage if I do that, so we should do that. Okay, sick baits. Man, he's really tanky. What the hell? He's actually just BMing them. Oh my god, nice. Okay. Get a reveal. Okay. Well, I need to already kill. Damn. Honestly, it's fine. Too far in. DPS in. Oh my gosh. Couldn't kill the Ahri. Alright, that's unlucky. Well, we have our Seraphs now. It's quite good. We got ourselves a game here. This will go to late game. We may be able to get 6 items this game and show you the power of full build Aurelion Sol. And trust me, it is looking pretty broken. And enemy team kind of BM. Question marks? Come on. Kids need to learn some manners. We got a deep flank from the Tom Kench. And this guy actually just dove our 0-4 Ashe. I think we could type a question mark after that. That was pretty troll. Dude, there's just like non-stop perma fighting on PvE. I love it. Alright, I think I'm gonna go to the blue buff now. We don't really need the siege mid. Just clear the wave. I mean, it is kind of wave. We probably could have. Oh well. Committing to the blue buff. Infinite mana, gimme, gimme. Oh. Seems enemy team spawned and punished them for that dive. Ooh, we got Kassadin scaling in the top lane. He's got Heartsteel, so he's really tanky. He's level 12. Hey, what is he building? He's Catalyst? I think he's doing Abyssal Massacre and then like Seraphs or whatchamacallit? Hunter's Approach? I forgot what it's called. Oh, hey. His ult is down for a second. Wow, he is tanky. Okay, Kassadin Q cancels my Q, so it looks like I'm countered. Yeah, now that we have like our Q maxed, our breath actually goes through the minions. Use the E for the execute. Nice, we yoinked the kill. Dude, like, I love that he has an execute on his Z. You can just secure kills. Wish my main champion Azir had something like that. It's really hard to secure kills on him early game. Like, that is like such a nice thing to have as a scaling mage. So, dude. Okay, we got a large ult coming. Boom! Boom! Holy, that's so sick, man. Team? You need the charge, please? Fuck. Where is he? Okay, we got him. Nice. The executes. You have a built-in collector, man. I freaking love that. We're going in. We're still blasting. Okay, that's so cool, man. I love this champs kit. That's too cool. So what there? You don't want it? Alright, I'll get 5 gold. Alright, I think we reset and go dragon here. It's a pretty close game, but we're starting to win team fights. Oh crap, I have 3k gold right now. Okay, enemy doesn't have any MR, so I'm gonna do Shadow Flame. Morello would be decent, but I think I'll do Shadow Flame instead. I don't think Salas would be like healing that much in these fights. We'll get more damage from Shadow Flame. I think I'm gonna head mid and catch that wave and then rotate the dragon, and the dragon's gone. JK. They got there first. Okay, we get a fat wave there. Please don't touch it. Are you serious? Wow. Rude, man. I even pinged it. Oh shit, we're getting assassinated back here. That's a good pick from them. Champ is so freaking cool, but like he has some awkwardness in the fact that you have to like stand still like during your Q. Alright, here's the combo. Nice. Oh, yeah, my W's back up. We're going in. We're sending in the ult. It's a stun. Oh, come on, really? I guess she lives. I guess she lives. Okay. Don't block it. Thank you. My crown is saved. Alright, this is not the siege angle. We wanna back up here. Overextended, boys. Oh shit, okay, we're going in. Alright, we stay behind top bench, dodge the Ahri abilities, lash away from the Kha'Zix, panic barrier into nothing. Oh, that's a fat knockup over there. They were just playing this fight slow. Kassadin wants to engage on us.
The Summoner's Rift.
I'm running out of mana. I think it's a reset angle here.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
Yeah, I didn't want to overstay mid, but I had to. Alright, we got 413 AP, sick. I like the absolute focus Galloping Storm problem, he gets so much AP. Champion doesn't really have much haste because the team are really well. Just like, I think that's why absolute focus is about I should take the gate. I didn't make it through this fight. That charm hits. Ooh. Alrighty. We hit a fat ult on them. Think I'm gonna try and get out from this fight. Alright, nice. Have to play very smart in these team fights so we don't get exploded by the multiple assassins they have. That AD carry. There's someone right here. I need to fix our ways. There's no reason. Kha'Zix is getting caught in our jungle, hopefully. Coming. W in the river, see what's going on here. Sure, honestly, it's diveable. Oh, okay. Okay. Cool. Yeah, as you can see, the first strike gold is starting to like add up a lot. So here behind the wall, out of vision, and lost his Baron. Look at this DPS we're doing. This late game DPS is looking gross. And that's with a crown instead of a Ludens. I think Ludens is his best like damage mythic, and then like the Yandere if you're against tanks. Alrighty, yeah, he's like really good synergy with his Q with Ludens. He like reduces the Ludens cooldown really fast. DPS abilities. Roman. Okay. We're going in. Oh, are you kidding me, bro? I got... What CC'd me there? I was about to use my E. I got CC'd by something, but I don't know what. That's unlucky they got to live. We got a bit hyphy, we got a bit greedy. We thought we had the 3 items, so our greed was punished. That is one tanky Kassadin right there. He's no resistances though, so Lee Sin's kinda just one-shotting him. Oh. was this one? Still defend the dragon though. He did some good damage there. On my way. Wait, what? What is this? No, wait, that's so brief. What is it? My health's almost up. Oh, what the hell, man, I need some heal. Where's my front line? They're so deep. Really? Bro, heal please. Jeez, man. Fights are too chaotic. Okay, we all need a group. This is becoming a very difficult game. Yeah, I'm getting everything. I can't let them get these hexes. Top and get this. I don't know if you're doing really good this game, even though we have like perma fighting and not really farming. Well, skirmishing is like pretty solid for scaling mage. As long as your teammates have like early game damage or CC, he seems pretty good. Obliterates them, man, they can't move. Okay, the barrier. Ooh, nice! Okay, that's a fast shutdown. We have a Rabadon now, guys. We have a Rabadon. That's sick. Alright, hopefully Kassadin causes some kill me. That'd be really unfortunate. Did they get the Baron? Oh, when did they get Baron? Alrighty, we're gonna buy... I think I'll get Zhonya's. I wanted to buy an elixir here, but I kinda wanna save it for Zhonya's. Definitely need Zhonya's further dive. Just buy some time for my frontline to come back and heal for me. Alright, we're gonna try and get boot buff. Awesome. Dude, I love it that he just like perma CC's the blue. It's so nice. Just snares him. Alright, no jungle. Oh, what the? Just over the wall. We just did 700 damage to that guy. We're going in. Where is he? Dude, like... Oh, wait. Oh, shit! Like, you tracked him there. Nice. Alright, we're gonna go over here. What the heck is even going on here? Riona's like 1v1ing Silas up here. Oh, whoops. Oh, that's bad. Oh, never mind. This is good. Oh, that's really good. Dude, I did not expect him to be right there. Okay, we chased the team now. Oh, she gale forced out of my E. Nice. Dude, the chance damage is so good late game. Early game felt pretty rough, but I don't know, like, I think in general you're just going to have a rough early game Aurelion Sol if you try to fight for your mythic item. Are you snowball 1v9 the game, or you have to play catch up in 1v9 like an extra 5 minutes later? Oh wait, I'm full build. Alright, should I get rid of this Dark Seal? Yeah, I think I need Zhonya's, that would be smart. I think Zhonya's is the mover. Further dive. Yeah, we have 927 AP. Oh my gosh. 5v5 mid. I'm full build. Let's go. Final showdown. Send it, like, who cares if Kassadin's splitting? He's not gonna do that much damage to birds. Yeah, I kinda just wanna send it in. Oh, that's a lot of damage. Nice. Then let's chase this guy. Oh! What? That's awesome. See, bro, they want me so bad. They wanted me so bad. Let's freaking go. We smurfed that fight. Dude, this champ is too cool, guys. Like, I'm for real. Like, I'm going to main him. I want to main this champ. He's going to be like my second most played champ. Oh crap.
An ally has been slain.
Okay. Kassadin's still up though. I think I have to leave. It's not ending though, unfortunately. Yeah, if we all die here, they'll get Dragon and Baron, so we just want to back up. Maybe we can run to this and burst. Let's see. Oh nice, Kassadin's still up on top. Who cares about that? We need to stop them from getting this dragon. Okay, yes, we're melting this thing. We're melting it. We're melting it. Nice, we denied him the soul, guys. We denied him the soul. That's huge. Dude, I'm in love with this champion's kit. Thank you, Games. I think this is the best rework ever. So badass. It's so cool. Alrighty. Catch out this Silas is elite. I'm gonna take the gate and try to punch him. Go, 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 go. Nice. Okay, same thing going in. End. 4v5, so we want to end this. Like, I just want to send it on this game. Oh! Sick! End or chase? Definitely end. Let's let Kassadin cause it up. Let's push this in. And threaten the end, and maybe they'll come back and we can fight them. Ooh, Kaz, what's up, bro? Yeah, Izzy is down for a bit. Like my team, the group here. Silas is back. Beautiful Ash ult, well done. Boom! Oh, we freaking just nuked everyone on the Nexus. Alrighty guys, GG's. This champ is so freaking sick. You should try him out on the PBE. And expect more Aurelion Sol content from me after this video, guys. If you enjoyed the video, please body the like button, body the subscribe button for more daily content. And let's check out this gem. We had a rough early game, but oh my gosh. This champion skill is so freaking hard. It's easy, like finishes with one item. 58k damage, 35-minute game. That's a lot. Alrighty guys, I hope you have a wonderful day. Later.
Shut down. turret has been destroyed.
Mexico is going to become one of the richest nations in the world by the mid-century. It has one of the healthiest population demographics in the world, with a fast-growing economy as the United States moves its manufacturing business from China to Mexico for its cheaper labor. It also is building a good social structure with a strong middle class lifting millions out of poverty, and is gearing up to be a superpower by 2070. The first reason for this is population growth. Mexico has a large and growing population, with over 128 million people. It is the 11th most populous country in the world with a strong young population, meaning that it has a large and growing workforce that is capable of driving economic growth. The country's population is also still growing at a healthy pace, with the population expected to reach almost 150 million by 2050. This means that there will be a constant influx of new workers entering the labor force, and thus it can drive their economic growth. In a world of declining birth rates, we're going to see huge levels of population collapse in massive parts of the world, such as in Europe, Russia, and most problematic global manufacturing. There are not enough young people prepared to work. That's when you get shrinking economies, experiencing the young population grow up poorer than their parents and their parents before. And even if you have a productivity society in most of the Western countries now, it really doesn't matter if you have 2 old men for every 1 young baby. Economics cannot be managed. In order for optimal levels of sustainability, quality of life will continue to be slow, gradually growing population. This means that there are enough young people to replace the old, and more importantly, a healthy population that is steadily growing. Mexico is in this camp. Another benefit of this is increased consumer demand as the population grows. There is an increased demand for goods and services. This can lead to the growth of businesses and industries, which in turn can create more jobs and opportunities for people in a global future where there's less reliance on global trade and more reliance on self-sufficiency. The second factor for Mexico's future dominance is geographic. Mexico is also well positioned geographically. It is located in the heart of North America, which makes it an ideal location for companies looking to access the markets of both the United States and Canada. In fact, Mexico is the United States' second largest trading partner, and the two countries have a long history of economic cooperation. In addition, Mexico has a number of free trade agreements with other countries around the world, which gives it access to a wide range of markets. This strategic location is an important advantage for the country, as it allows it to tap into the vast economic potential of the region. The connection is so strong, in fact, that the United States-Mexico partnership is the biggest border connection in the world. The two economies are genuinely inseparable. They are so interconnected that one would be brought to their knees if not for the other. Mexico's economy has undergone significant modernization and diversification in recent decades. As of 2021, the country had a GDP of around $1.3 trillion, making it the 15th largest economy in the world. The service sector is the largest contributor to Mexico's GDP, accounting for around 61% of the total, while the manufacturing sector is the second largest contributor, accounting for around 25% of GDP. One key aspect of this modernization has been the country's increasing integration into the global economy. Mexico is the 7th largest exporter of goods in the world, with almost $500 billion in exports in 2021. The United States is its top trading partner, making up over 3/4 of Mexico's exports. Mexico has signed a number of free trade agreements, including the North American Free Trade Agreement with the United States and Canada. These agreements have helped to boost Mexico's exports and attract foreign investment. The government has also implemented a number of economic reforms in recent years, including efforts to increase competitiveness and improve the business environment. These reforms have included the introduction of a new competition law, the modernization of the tax system, and the implementation of labor market reforms. It has also implemented a number of measures designed to improve the business environment and encourage investments, such as reducing red tape, streamlining regulations, and improving infrastructure. In addition to these efforts, the government has also focused on reducing poverty and inequality. It has implemented a number of social programs designed to provide support to low-income families and to improve access to education and healthcare. The Mexican government can continue to modernize and use the increasing isolation of America to the North American plain and reduction of globalization to become baby America, and continue to strengthen their trade relationship and become incredibly wealthy in the process. And one of the huge reasons for this is the move away from Chinese labor. As we see power move away from China in the next few decades due to their highly anticipated approach to collapse, America's next labor powerhouse is logically Mexico in the coming years. Mexico's labor is becoming increasingly competitive with China's, and there are several reasons why this is the case. Firstly, wages in Mexico are significantly lower than they are in China. While wages in China are still comparatively cheap against the rest of the world, they are still significantly higher than they are in Mexico. This makes Mexico an attractive destination for American companies looking to cut labor costs. Secondly, Mexico has a number of free trade agreements with countries around the world, which gives it access to a wide range of markets. This allows companies to take advantage of Mexico's low labor costs, while still being able to sell to consumers in other countries. A very similar move China did in order for it to become a global factor. Thirdly, Mexico has a well-developed transportation infrastructure, which makes it easy for companies to get their products to market. This is especially important for companies that are looking to export goods to the United States. Establishing strong transport routes is game-changing, as it allows for faster manufacturing and transportation of goods going to the American market. Instead of having to ship them all the way from China, they can get there quickly through road or rail. Finally, Mexico has a highly skilled workforce that is capable of producing high-quality products. It is not just for low-skill level manufacturing. The country's labor is very capable.
Bye.